Ladies and gentlemen, would you please be seated? Good morning and welcome back. The Murray-Darling Association acknowledges the traditional owners and custodians of the country area in which we meet, the Wiradjuri country, and pay our respects to the people, cultures and elders, past, present and emerging. My name is Mark Lamb. I'm the CEO of the Murray-Darling Association. It's my very great pleasure to welcome you to our Day 3 of our conference. Mayors, Deputy Mayors, Councillors, CEOs, LGA executives, honoured guests, welcome back to the 78th Annual Conference of the Murray-Darling Association. As per yesterday, the sessions we have arranged, we've got a great lineup of speakers, experts, academics, scientists for you today. But really, that's only half the story. What you get out of today and tomorrow depends, today depends on, as ever, what you put in. So I urge you to talk to each other, meet, make new contacts, network, talk to exhibitors, swap stories with peers and share advice. The contacts you make today and the stories and learning points you exchange with one another will be just as valuable as anything else you learn today. Of course, these events are not possible without the support of our valued sponsors and event partners. So I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge them for their contribution and support. They are ICSOM and Earth Science Labs, Murray-Darling Basin Authority, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, Commonwealth Environmental Water Office, Water Stewardship Asia Pacific, Destination New South Wales, Albury City, and the Public Safety Training Response. So please take advantage during the breaks there. Go and meet them in the exhibition space and talk to them during morning tea, lunch and afternoon tea. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. Actually, I'd ask Andrew McConville and Troy Grant to join me on stage. But first of all, we're going to hear from Andrew McConville. And many of you will have already met Andrew, but he's the new CEO of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Andrew McConville. Cheers.
Well, thanks very much, Mark, and it's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks also to your President, David Thurley, for the very kind invitation. Wow, 3 days, you guys are really tough to survive a conference for 3 days. So we'll get into it and hopefully look forward to having some conversation with you as well. So look, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners as well of the country in which we meet, the Wiradjuri people. Pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And of course, I'm sure many of you know that Wiradjuri means the people of the three rivers, so the Lachlan, the Macquarie and the Murrumbidgee. And our First Nations people, and there are more than 40 tribes or 40 First Nations across the Murray-Darling Basin, are really the most successful environmental custodians on Earth, and they have a proud and strong and living culture more than 60,000 years old. And so at the MDBA and across the basin, I think it's incredibly important that we listen and learn from our First Nations people and work together to ensure that country and people are healthy and strong together. Look, it really is, it's fabulous to be here at your annual gathering, and it's so great to be amongst friends, old and new. I was absolutely delighted last night to run into Councillor Rob Hoddle. Rob was my first boss. We had a little venture on the plains outside of Gunnedah exporting lambs to Kuwait back in the early 90s, and Mayor Jamie Hannon from Gunnedah as well, Mayor Russell Webb from Tamworth, just down the road from where I grew up in Armidale, Mayor Matt Hannon from Berrigan and Chair of Ramjo, and I'd like to thank Matt, who educated me very early on in my tenure as CEO of the MDBA about the passion and politics of water. Mayor Craig Davies from Narromine, a part of the world in Western New South Wales where I spent a lot of time chipping burrs from cotton crops in the 1980s to feed my beer bill whilst at UNE, and many others. And look, the collective knowledge and wisdom of the lived experience that you have about the basin cannot be underestimated. And you know, you're really at the coalface, and local government is really the beating heart of communities where we live and work. And local government really is the glue that holds communities together in good times and in bad. And you know, the diversity of views that you have and the perspectives and the importance of achieving balance in the wants and needs of the different communities that you represent is incredibly important. And it's a position that I think we often find ourselves in at the MDBA as well, you know, whether it be droughts or floods. In times of floods, you know, whether it's dealing with damaged roads and the impact of that on communities, whether from the school run or getting groceries or moving livestock or disrupted supply chains. And then, of course, in drought, you know, ensuring water supplies in terms of quality and quantity. And I've certainly had plenty of conversations about water treatment plants since I started some 12 weeks ago at the MDBA. And in short, you know, like the MDBA, your interaction with water is vital and it takes place every single day. And so for me, being here is really another opportunity to learn from your experience, and I look forward to that opportunity. I got a map in my office in Canberra. I actually live in Brisbane and come down to Canberra each week to do the job at the MDBA, and I've got a map on the wall, and each place I travel to and have a conversation with someone, I put a dot on the map. And the aim is that I want to cover that whole map in red. Now, 12 weeks in, there's 26 dots there, and I'm making progress. And every day I make progress and I learn a little bit more. And you know, I joined the MDBA as Chief Executive at the end of June, and since then it's been about getting out and about and meeting with staff and talking to basin communities, whether that be folks like yourselves, environmental groups, First Nations, water users, and of course government as well. And I think what I've noticed more than anything, like agriculture, like the environment, is the passion for healthy rivers. And that really underpins everything else. And at times, of course, it does make for fairly passionate and colourful conversations, and that's okay, because water is so integral to everything that we do. And I've heard lots of ideas about how to do things better, you know, what your hopes are, your fears are, what the concerns are, what are the plans for the future, and that for our kids and our grandchildren. And I think one thing that everyone agrees on is the need for a healthy river, or a healthy river and river basin, underpins just about everything else. Now, that's not the case in many places around the world. This is the Yangtze River, Chongqing in China. This was taken last month. It's the world's third largest river, supplies drinking water to about 400 million people. And in a previous life, I spent a fair bit of time in this part of the world. And it's now at record lows. Water flows into the Yangtze's main trunk are 50% lower than the average of the last 5 years. And it's revealed statues that have been buried for hundreds of years, like this one. And in the US, the Colorado River has shrunk during a 23-year mega drought. A fabulous show on Foreign Correspondent just a couple of weeks ago about the fate of the Colorado River. And this is Lake Powell in northern Arizona, which is part of the Colorado. And this is important because the Colorado River Basin is the closest living relative to the Murray-Darling Basin. It runs through 7 states in one country. And according to media reports, the average flow of the Colorado River has declined about 20% since 2000, with more than half of that attributable to rising temperatures. But unlike the Colorado, unlike the Yangtze, we have a plan. And without it, I reckon we'd be up the creek. November this year marks 10 years of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. And we shouldn't underestimate just how extraordinary that actually is. My experience, anyone who can get 6 governments to agree to anything deserves a whole heap of credit. And at its heart, the plan aims to bring our rivers and our groundwater systems back to a sustainable level, while still supporting farming and other industries that benefit all Australians. And that's a tough task. But let me give you a bit of a recap on what the plan actually does. First thing it does is it sets aside water for the environment, and you heard from Hilton yesterday, so that water is held by the Commonwealth Environment Water Holder. The plan sets new rules on how much water can be taken at a catchment-wide scale, ensuring limits are not exceeded over time, known as sustainable diversion limits. It ensures water is prioritised for human needs, particularly in times of drought, and ensures water quality is monitored and targets for things like salinity are met. And it puts in place, importantly, a consistent set of rules for states across all catchments, which are then enforced by my friend here, Troy, the Inspector General of Water Compliance. And look, the plan isn't perfect. I get that. I hear it every day. But a plan is better than no plan. And the evidence we've been gathering shows that it is working, but we've got to keep on with the job. Every 6 months or so, we release a basin report card, and it's our transparent assessment of the basin plan's progress. And the 8th of these was released just last month. And it assesses 5 key things: water for the environment, the SDL, or Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism, so that's supply, constraints and efficiency measures. It looks at water resource plans, some Northern Basin initiatives, and environmental water delivery. So we start with the good stuff, the water for the environment. 2,100 gigalitres, or 98% of the water recovery, known as bridging the gap, has been delivered. So there's just 2% left there. And it's important to reflect on just how significant that contribution is from irrigation communities like the ones that you service. That water has been purchased by the Commonwealth and sits with the Commonwealth Environment Water Holder. And as you heard from Hill yesterday, how this water is being used and the benefit that it's having. And you can see that here. You know, we're now seeing a far more sophisticated approach to using environmental water. Over 10 years ago, when the plan was first put in place, water was used to target specific issues or specific problems, locations in drought and so on. Now, state and federal environmental water holders are working together in a much more coordinated way on how they use their water to generate system-wide benefits for the environment. In the Southern Basin, we're seeing coordination happening at a much greater level across the Goulburn, the Murray, the Lower Darling and the Murrumbidgee rivers. And water releases from the different dams are timed to meet, benefiting over 3,000 kilometres of rivers and creeks flowing through really important international wetlands. In the Northern Basin, during the peak of the 2019 drought, a critical release of water for the environment refilled and connected stagnant pools along the Mihai and the Barwon rivers, a place I know pretty well. And it went on to fill Collarenebri, Walgett and Berowra Weir pools. Not only did it help the native fish, but was met with relief and excitement by those communities where that water flowed to. Now look, it's not how nature intended, and we understand that, but our rivers, they're highly regulated, and we have to work within those constraints of dams and weirs and various river rules. And so linking these watering events together and timing releases from dams helps us to hit important environmental outcomes from which we all benefit. And there's examples of that right across the system. In terms of water quality and water quantity, some of the most profound impacts can actually be found in the lower part of the Murray. So this is the graph, and excuse it, it's a bit complex, but the dotted line on the slide that's the estimated natural flow if we didn't have dams and weirs and rules in place. And the blue, that's the unregulated flow. And the green, well, that's the water for the environment. And here you can see that water for the environment is providing benefits by extending flow peaks, filling some of the gaps between natural flow events, and in some cases actually increasing flow peaks. And in the hotter and drier years, held environmental water is providing around a third to almost a half of all water flowing into the lower Murray. Importantly though, this water isn't just for South Australia. It's been released from the dams upstream and it provides benefits all the way along and down the system before reaching the lower Murray. Of course, it's not just about volume, it's also about quality. And the basin salinity target was met for the 13th consecutive year in 2021. And in conjunction with the use of salt interception schemes and delivery of environmental water, measured salinity at Morgan have been the lowest since salinity management started. And look, there's a lot of good stuff to come, and that will benefit communities like those that you serve when the full volume of water agreed to by governments under the Basin Plan is recovered. Which then, I suppose, brings me to some of the sticking points. Bit of a history lesson first. So, as I mentioned, the Basin Plan, it sets sustainable diversion limits, which is how much water can be used in the system. And to provide flexibility, it provides a way that those adjustment limits can be amended. It's called the SDL Adjustment Mechanism, or SIDLAM. And back in 2017, Basin governments put forward 36 projects, which we as the MDBA assessed and determined that they would deliver environmental outcomes, keeping 605 gigalitres of water in the consumptive pool. Now that's a bit like a credit system. The credit's been banked, but the payment still needs to be delivered. And the payment is in the form of those SIDLAM projects. And those projects are important because it's about how do we manage the delivery of environmental water more efficiently? How do we allow water to connect with the floodplain and move through the system more freely as was intended by nature? And how do we maximise the water that can be taken and used for important things like irrigated agriculture? And those projects will provide benefits not just today, not just tomorrow, but beyond my lifetime and probably beyond yours as well. But of course, a river is more than a channel, and it draws life by connecting with its floodplain. And so constraints relaxation is also a key part of SIDLAM, and that's designed to make that happen more easily. But progress on constraints relaxation is difficult, and it's been slow. And that means that in any given year, about 90% of the water used by the Chew is still being delivered in channel. They're getting water out onto the floodplains, but it's through, if you like, intervention mechanisms like temporary pumps, and they can only pump a fraction of the water that's needed compared to if constraints were relaxed. With less than 2 years to go, there are 6 of the 36 projects that are classified as highly unlikely to be delivered by 30 June 2024. And 4 of those projects are constraints projects. And so, when we look at it, it's highly likely that we as the MDBA will have to do a SIDLAM reconciliation in 2024. Now let me be clear, that's a statutory obligation that we have. We have to do it if the targets aren't met. What is it? Well, what we'll do is we'll consider the effect of all of those measures, supply, constraint, efficiency, as they're implemented. And we'll reconcile the difference between what we end up with as opposed to what was committed to in 2017. And if there's a difference, then we are required to propose to the Minister an adjustment to those sustainable diversion limits, commonly referred to as a shortfall, and given that several projects look like they won't be delivered. So what will be the case in 2024? Well, look, there's a lot of community concern, and I get it, about the potential shortfall, and with recent media, I think, not helping the situation, adding a bit of fuel to the fire. What we can do between now and 2024 is continue to be transparent and provide independent assurance of the progress that's being made. Our next assurance report on SIDLAM reconciliation is due out at the end of the year, and that's when we'll have more to say on the shortfall. There's another one that's garnered a lot of noise lately. It's commonly being referred to as the 450. That's 450 gigalitres of water that to be recovered by the Commonwealth, working with the states through efficiency measures. And that's been read on our report card for some considerable time. 2 gigs has been delivered, another 22 contracted, but 24 isn't 450. And Minister Tanya Plibersek, who you'll hear from a bit later this morning, has confirmed that the 450 remains a target. It is looking very difficult to meet by the 24 deadline, and she has said that all options are on the table. New South Wales water resource plans. In our latest report card, they've moved at risk of delay to being high risk. But I am really pleased that we've seen significant progress since June. As of today, we have 9 plans with us, 5 formally and another 4 in pre-assessment, which is great. And these plans are really important because it's where the rubber hits the road. Every other state has delivered their water resource plans. And it's how states demonstrate their commitment to the Basin Plan, that it's real, the action they'll take and the action that they committed to deliver back in 2012. And that will continue to protect and preserve our rivers as they always have. And we shouldn't lose sight of the fact, I think, that those plans help build trust. They help build confidence among water users and between the states and the Commonwealth. And without these plans, the Commonwealth doesn't have full oversight of state water management arrangements. And importantly, the Inspector-General can't do his job properly. And the requirements focused on the environment and the health of the rivers are absolutely key. And for us, as the MDBA, we have a statutory requirement to assess those plans. Those plans must meet all 55 requirements. There is no half measure. Now, the Basin Plan is at a critical stage of its implementation. We've achieved a lot, but there is still more to do. And it's our job, it's my job, to hold governments to account. And when necessary, shine a light on the key elements of the job that they signed up to that are yet to be done. And it is like a marathon, and the last mile is always going to be harder than the first. But we've got to get to that point. We have to get to the last mile. Because in a few years' time, the Basin Plan review will be upon us, and key parts of the plan have to be bedded down before we can do that review. So the Basin Plan will be reviewed in 26, and it'll be a good opportunity for us to ask a few questions. What's working? What's not? What can we do differently? Of course, it's ultimately governments who own the plan, and it's our job to advise them on what could be the best course of action. Importantly, though, we've learnt some lessons, and so we're not waiting until the end to talk to communities as we gather science and knowledge to inform the review. We've learned a lot since 2012, and we've got to have a national conversation about what it means for you, what it means for your communities, your part of the river, your wetlands. Now, of course, water is just one part of the picture in the future of the basin, and other parts have a very important role to play. But what we want to do in making our recommendations to the Minister on how the plan should change is to build on the strengths and make improvements where they're needed. And communities, all of you, have a really important role to play. We've identified 4 themes at this early stage. How can the Basin Plan be improved to address future challenges, including a changing climate? How can we simplify the Basin Plan framework? How do we get the best outcomes for social, cultural, environmental and economic values? And how can the Basin Plan be improved to recognise First Nations values in water management and enhance their environment? These priority areas are the focus for us, and we think that that'll capture what's most important. Now, we all know that the biggest challenge facing the basin is a changing climate. Around 30% less water, 30% less water in our rivers, according to CSIRO. Now, that's hard to believe when you look out the door now and see it's raining again today. But the science is telling us that temperatures are increasing, rainfall is becoming more variable, and weather events are becoming more extreme. We need to know what the future will hold so we can plan for it. And the review will be our way of advising the government on the necessary settings of the Basin Plan for the next decade, 26 to 36 and beyond. It's an opportunity to make the plan better for the future. Now look, I get it. I know some of you will be frustrated at the prospect of further reform and more change. And we know that at times there is a need to help communities adapt to that change, because water scarcity isn't going away, and nor is our need to adapt and adjust. The review's got to happen. It is legislated, so we are legally required to do it. But I think perhaps more importantly, I believe we're morally required to do it. It is the right thing to do. We look forward to your contribution and to the work ahead, and we can't, and we mustn't, and we shouldn't do it without you. Finally, it's been a real pleasure in the 12 weeks I've been in the job to get out in the basin. And look, everyone's most passionate about their part of the river. I love a line I picked up the other day. You know, no matter where you are in the river, everyone upstream of you is stealing it, everyone downstream of you is wasting it. But I think it's got to be a bit better than that. I get the passion, but, you know, we've got to take a whole of basin view. We've got to take a whole of basin picture, because we are part of a connected system, and it's a very symbiotic relationship, and we all rely on each other. Our First Nations people know that better than anyone else. I don't know whether you've had the pleasure of reading the Basin Plan or the Water Act, but if you've got a spare weekend and you want to read 1,000 pages of legislation, I recommend you crack into it. But at the opening of the Basin Plan, there's a quote by an elder, and he said, the Basin Plan is really simple. He said, look after it and don't take more than you need. I reckon that's a good rule to live by, and it's why we have the Basin Plan. And so when we come to that challenge of tackling a scarce resource, we mustn't lose sight of the fact that we have to work together, because it is a shared resource. It's shared by communities. It's shared by First Nations. It's shared by governments. It's shared by policymakers, by water users. And the MDBA, we can't ensure that we have healthy rivers by doing it alone. We've got to work together. We must all play our part. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Andrew, for a fascinating presentation. I know everyone will be dying to ask many questions, but I would ask you to hold them, and we'll actually have a panel with both Andrew and Troy. So now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Inspector General of Water Compliance, Mr. Troy Grant.
Good morning, everybody. It's terrific to be with you all again. Yuandu, Troy Grant, Inspector General, Water Compliance. Nadu Banigu Gubara, Radri Mayangalang. Nurumga Nina Gira, Darinya Gaida. I've just acknowledged the traditional owners of this part of the basin, the Wiradjuri people in Northern Wiradjuri language. In doing so, I paid my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and I also acknowledge any Indigenous and Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people who are with us today. It was in May of last year when I stood at the last MDA conference in Wentworth, where I got the opportunity to outline my intent and commitment pending the establishment of the statutory Inspector General of Water Compliance role in the Federal Parliament. At the time, I was the interim Inspector General, and my intent was ambitious. Since then, a little over 12 months, I've continued to travel the length and breadth of the basin, listening to communities, various groups, stakeholders, hearing their concerns. And consequently, my ambition remains ambitious. I've continued to learn a lot, and I've continued to learn that trust and confidence in how water is managed remains low. I've learned there's a distrust of government and bureaucracy, and that continues. And that our communities don't think their most precious resource is being taken care of properly. I've learnt that people who live and work in the basin states don't actually know much about the role of the Inspector General of Water Compliance and what I do. And furthermore, that the foundational knowledge of how water is managed and regulated both within and outside the basin is particularly poor, something that was rammed home to me yesterday at the Henty Field Days. So I want to clear some of that up. I'm going to tell you exactly what my office was established to do, but equally as important is what we don't do, and more critically than that, what we've done since I last spoke to you at the MDA conference. So what were we established to do? And that was to regulate the regulators, oversight those charged with water management in the basin, and inquire into the critical issues to build trust and confidence in the basin plan. What my office isn't here to do is to enforce rules on individual water users, unless as a last resort measure. That is the job of the state regulators, and we don't have the resources or any interest in duplicating that role. But the community continue to express to me and my office they aren't happy with their state water managers. So my role is to ensure that water managers are being held to account and are doing the right thing, according to the basin plan, and most importantly, according to the law. The role of the Inspector General isn't to duplicate, as I said, the role of states as the frontline regulators. Rather, the Inspector General will oversee state compliance and ensure effective water management is undertaken. We have significant oversight powers over the Commonwealth agencies as well, making sure they are delivering on their obligations to the plan and other water-related legislation. And there's a number of upcoming projects that we will be focusing to make sure this performance is where it should be. So while my powers are extensive, they are not all-encompassing, and there are areas for which I am not responsible for. So in short, as Inspector General of Water Compliance, I have the ability to use both oversight and compliance powers. Importantly, my role is independent and reports into the Australian Senate. The Inspector General of Water Compliance is not a government department and does not create policy. But what powers do we have, if not policy creation? Legislation has been passed which includes new penalties for water theft and illegal trading of water. This legislation gives my office the power to act to ensure compliance and enforcement of water rules. We can also look into areas of concern where trends and community sentiment indicate there's a problem over there. We need someone to look into it. Someone needs to be looking. We act based on evidence and provide a balanced voice for communities. That's why my ties to the communities is at the heart of how we've structured our office, through my field officers who are located alongside many staff actually in the basin. And how has my office been providing a balanced voice for the communities? So on Monday, I'm releasing a review of River Murray operations and environmental water management. It's called the Steady As She Flows report. Today, you get to hear first what the report found. So after my address at last year's MDA conference in Wentworth, I listened to what you told me. I heard what you had to say. And it became very clear to me that there was a lack of trust in how the Murray-Darling Basin Authority was managing the River Murray, as well as how the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder was using its environmental water holdings. So from there, our job was to sort fact from fiction. The MDBA and the TUO are two key Australian government agencies responsible for water management in the Murray-Darling Basin. Community engagement, in addition to what I heard from you, indicated there was an emerging concern about how the system was being managed by these bodies. I heard it through the work of our field officers as well, who are on the ground speaking to communities, and I heard it directly. So as part of my oversight abilities under law, I made a commitment to look into these concerns. And in particular, we dug deep and we assessed whether each agency was relying on sound information to support their operations and decision-making processes. And I found, and I report to you, that these agencies are performing their functions according to the Water Act and the Basin Plan. As a result, this report, I'm confident, will be hard to swallow for many in the communities who told me emphatically these government agencies weren't running the rivers or environmental flows properly. I've listened, then I've acted, and now, as I'm obliged to do, I'm reporting back to the community on those findings. So I want to build trust and confidence, but I can't do that without being honest. And I can honestly say this report found that the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority are performing professionally and in accordance with their obligations. As the Inspector General, I can assure you, based on the evidence before me, that is the finding. So the IGWC examined internal operational documents, the tools being used and the processes being undertaken. We conducted targeted interviews with the MDBA, the TUO and other state stakeholders, industry stakeholders, and all those directly involved and impacted in their operations. This report is independent, it is thorough, and it looks at all the information that is available. So my role as the Inspector General of Water Compliance is to provide this independent oversight, to ask the critical questions about how government agencies are performing in their roles, to gather and assess the data and evidence before me, and to get to the bottom of issues. One of the primary issues is the frustration that the community have about water for the environment versus water for irrigation. There is room in the system for both, but increasing environmental pressures like climate change and more frequent droughts puts additional pressure on the system, which is obvious to us all. This, rightly so, leaves the community wary, sceptical and cynical. about how decisions are being made to prioritise water releases. When water availability is tight, concerns about mismanagement or poor systems come to the fore. They're as sensitive as they get. So people are looking at that time for a cause or someone to blame for these issues. And that's quite a normal and natural human instinct. In fact, the former Inspector General, Mick Kelty, pointed out in one of his original reports that the community was of the belief that the river operators faced little to no accountability for minimising losses, and that there is no transparency in how they manage the river. So I've investigated this claim, and while I did not find any specific wrongdoing, I did find plenty of opportunities to respond to those community concerns. And these opportunities relate to communication and information provision, which quite frankly in the last decade hasn't been good enough. As challenging as it is for both agencies, and it is tough, it's complex, it's very challenging, and that's acknowledged, there are areas obviously open for better improvement. So any of these communication information provision failures don't disproportionately demolish public confidence. We all know that water management is an extremely complex area. This report into River Murray operations has highlighted that clearly. It also highlighted what is a greater problem: the siloed, individual approach to water in this country. The Murray-Darling Basin Agreement has been around since 1912, long before the plan. That's 110 years. 110 years this country has been trying to work together on water management, and it still today remains a highly contested space. The River Murray system, an integral and vital part of the basin, is operated according to this agreement, this 110-year-old agreement, which sets out how water in the River Murray system is shared between Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia. However, it does not incorporate the management of water for the environment, which was only formally recognised with the introduction of the Commonwealth Water Act and the Basin Plan. So there is where the inherent conflict lies. That's at the heart of what's driving the issues, the concerns and the sentiment from the community. This conflict is exemplified in this process by the clear lack of a clear, transparent process for prioritising needs where there are competing demands for water delivery. With increasing demands on the system, the agreement does not provide river operators, and it's not their fault, with an agreed process to prioritise which water user gets their water in the event of a shortfall scenario occurring. This is a rare event, but it may occur, and it's what drives that community fear. It's a design flaw, but it's difficult to say what should be given priority. Should it be irrigation to provide food for the nation and our trade obligations? Or should it be for the environment? Because without a healthy river ecosystem, as we all know, there is no water. So this is not a new issue, and it's not one that's not understood by everyone in this room. But with this, there's a risk, having previously been identified by the Independent River Operations Review Group. And I note and acknowledge that work is underway with an independent panel set up to report to the Basin Officials Committee on options for managing delivery challenges in the River Murray. This work must be given priority, and it must come with outcomes. But as I said last year in my speech, we're a problem-solving office. We aren't here to write reports about what the problems are or how they came to be, but it's important to understand the history and context of the complex arrangements our office, the water agencies and the community have to navigate. But our focus is firmly fixed on the future, which is why I have identified opportunities for improvement and provided them to the two agencies. Firstly, I'm pleased to note that in December 2020, the Australian and New South Wales governments announced the location of 20 new and upgraded gauging stations across the Northern Basin, which includes the Darling, the Macquarie, Colgoa, the Gwydir, Border Rivers and Nemoy catchments in New South Wales. And we all know the phrase, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. It's very true with water. Any additional gauging points in the Northern Basin are likely to increase transparency by helping to understand the increasingly variable flows and their flow-on effects. And I'm not singling out the Northern Basin as part of this story, because it goes to the heart of what is potentially a bigger issue, and it was referred to earlier by Andrew. There is far too often an us and them mentality and narrative regarding the northern and southern basins. But I want to hasten to point out that there is no actual defining line or border or actual legislative definition between north and south. It is one basin. This terminology has been perpetuated by communities who are looking to pass blame and point the finger, north to south, south to north, particularly during times of drought and low flows and high pressure. And this paradigm has been the single biggest reason for the erosion of trust and confidence in the basin. But back to the gauging stations. So by increasing gauging points anywhere in the system, it provides an added layer of transparency to know how the river is running. Benefits may also come for additional gauging points in the Southern Basin, particularly on the tributaries that flow into the River Murray system, as well as an increase in the availability of telemetered measurement data. Having this real-time data for river operators will allow for a more efficient operation and decision-making processes on the River Murray system. Secondly, the absence of agreed data standards adds another unnecessary layer of complexity and inconsistency to the data that is currently collected by states and provided into the MDBA for managing the river system. 3 partners with the MDBA, 3 sets of data, 3 sets of figures, all inconsistent. Poor Andrew Reynolds. Inconsistent data can be confusing and can make the job of the river operators more difficult. My observation is that a data standard would ease the pressure on river operators. As part of my legislative remit, I have the power to create standards. To add to the confusion, each basin government holds vital information about their own water rules, entitlements, allocations and environmental water. However, the Bureau of Meteorology, with its water information portal, is making great strides in consolidating important and varied streams of water information. And I encourage Matt Coulton and his team to keep up the great work in this exercise. It is critical work. Having this one-stop shop for resources is welcomed, because my report found that there are still over 20 organisations and websites all providing different information about the Murray-Darling Basin. No wonder people lose confidence and don't know where to look or access the information that is important to them. And I know that many will be sitting here wondering why a report into the River Murray operations and the TUO was even necessary, given my findings. Well, it's because it was overwhelmingly asked for. And for sometimes we need to spend time and resources on things to provide a level of assurance to the community, especially when the community tells me things aren't working. If something is even perceived as an issue and I notice a trend, I will look into it. And if I don't find anything wrong, I'll tell you, because then you know I've looked at it and I'm independent, and hopefully you will trust what we've found. The Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder has been the subject of multiple published inquiries and reviews since 2013. This automatically tells me there is a public perception that this organisation is not trusted. Yet, the information from this review clearly indicates the opposite. The TUO is working with new objectives around an old river system with management arrangements that suited the river's use more than 100 years ago. It has a culture of continuous improvement that was very evident to us. It has a willingness to learn and change as required, which are foundations for long-term success. So my review found that the TUO is open to feedback and current work to develop a corporate plan and is seen as an important initiative to guide clear strategic intent and address the issues I've raised. Their investment in the local engagement officers, the LEO network as it's known, has also been beneficial, and it's there to ensure there is robust community engagement. The LEO network is something that the TUO does well, and I'd like to see it expanded. It's important to acknowledge that the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holders has its successes, and it also has its failures. And they again go back to communication and information provision. So I've passed my report, as I said earlier, to the relevant agencies, and I'm confident, given their cooperation during the review, that they will take these recommendations seriously to provide transparency and accountability that is missing currently in the Murray-Darling Basin water landscape. Our office has been very busy in the last 12 months, and since I was last here, we've also released an audit into Goulburn Murray Water's disclosure obligations under the Basin Plan. We've released the annual Sustainable Diversion Limit Statement of Compliance, and we're about to release another audit in the coming weeks in relation to the Border Rivers trade arrangements. That report will be titled Not Happy. This work is laying the foundations for longer-term objectives. We need to remember that nationwide reform takes time. The Steady As It Flow reports also follows another important body of work the Office undertook in the Des Pearson Review, which looked at compliance and enforcement across the Murray-Darling Basin. I engaged the services of the eminent former Auditor-General of Western Australia and Victoria, Mr Des Pearson, to undertake this review. He found something not too different to what the River Operations Report uncovered. He found there needs to be better consistency and collaboration among basin governments. His review found there needs to be more consistency of enforcement. But he did not find a smoking gun when looking at how each basin state manages illegal water management activities. My office has started a podcast called Water's Edge, which is trending at number 20 already in Commonwealth podcasts. So, as Molly Meldrum would say, it's with a bullet on its way. And that podcast, latest episode, has Des Pearson on there explaining what and how he came to some of his conclusions, and I think it's well worth a listen. He broke down the complexities of all those reports and investigations in easy-to-understand layman's terms. Des said in his decades in auditing and the public service, he has never seen so many different terminologies and inconsistencies. It's unique to the water space. For example, New South Wales refers to floodplain harvesting, and for the same activity in Queensland, it's overland flow. This varied view of water management is not only just confusing, it's no wonder the community lacks trust and confidence in how government is managing the system when we can't even agree on terminology. So we must start to view water in the basin as an asset of the Australian people, not something that is owned by the states. Again, I refer to what I said more than 12 months ago at the last MDA conference. It's our job to compel the basin states to do better, and trust me, we will. That's why I've outlined 5 key actions in the Des Pearson report that I think will help address this siloed, segmented approach to water enforcement. The first action was to establish a Regulatory Leaders Forum, a quarterly meeting which provides regulatory leaders from each basin state the opportunity to share ideas. We have them at the table working collectively together, and we've already had 3 of those meetings and we are already making progress. We commenced in October 21 and they've proven to be beneficial. This is the first time they've been compelled or strongly encouraged to work collaboratively, share better practice and discuss certain issues. The second action item aims to improve the quality and consistency of water compliance performance reporting. It's what you get to see on how they're travelling and how they're measuring up. And this is about transparency and improvement of public trust. My aim is to have this finalised by the end of this year so that reporting against the framework can commence in 23 for everyone to see. Having a basin-wide metering standard is the third action item and will be led by my office. Under the Water Act, the Inspector-General has the ability, as I said earlier, to issue standards relating to measuring water taken in the basin. It will allow for a consistent standard for metering in the basin, addressing a common community concern that water take is not being measured consistently or accurately. The fourth action item is to review the water take that is accounted for using estimates or models as opposed to actually being measured. A key feature of water resource plans, which everyone knows my view on, is for basin states to outline how they will determine how much water is taken each year, which is why the absence of accredited WRPs in New South Wales is such a critical issue. But I am comforted to learn of the progress that's been made since my speech in June. And this leads me to the final action item, which is determining the harm caused by unauthorised take. My office will develop a guideline for establishing the harm caused by unauthorised take from basin water resources. This is key in determining what enforcement action should be taken when water theft has occurred. Something the community has told me is that they think the fines and punishment for unauthorised water take should be fair and in comparison to the seriousness of the crime. This final action item will create a consistent baseline to quantify the actual harm caused by unauthorised water take. And this will take a number of factors into account, such as commercial cost, environmental harm, loss of water for First Nations people. And I intend to have this work completed by the end of 2024. So to finish up, the findings of Des Pearson's review and the Steady As She Flows reports are examples of how the federated model is failing in the water space. Yes, the purpose of federation was to bring the states and territories together. It ended the challenges having different taxation, currency laws, transportation issues that we were facing in 1901. But it has not changed how water is managed in all that time. So more than 121 years after federation, we still don't have it right. While my office has hit the ground running, it will take a lot of work to get things performing better. And as I said, these reforms cannot be rushed. If we rush it, we'll get it wrong. That's why I'm relying on the community to bring their concerns to me. I want you to liaise with our field officers, tell them what you're worried about, and we'll find out the truth of the matter. I don't want the findings of the River Operations Report to deter anyone from bringing your concerns forward. I need a starting point, and from there, we will investigate it, and if there's a growing trend, we'll inquire into it. You may not like what I find, you may not think I've looked in the right place, but we need the information to get things underway. We're an evidence-based agency. We believe in transparency and accountability, and I make no apology for calling out any bad behaviour as I've done in the past. But I think it's also important to recognise when things are being done lawfully and properly, and importantly, debunking any myths that are eroding public trust and confidence. In this instance, the Des Pearson Review and River Operations and Environmental Watering Report have not found any evidence of outright maladministration. They've found areas for improvement, and these improvements, I'm confident, will be adopted. It comes back to the lens I was talking about earlier. I call on the basin states to look at the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and other water laws with a wider lens and not be so focused on what's going on only in their own patch. The Federal Minister has clearly stated a key mantra to identify and find solutions to the challenges in the basin that the basin faces. Community and collaboration are key to advancing this country and water management, and she couldn't be more right. It's been terrific to see you all again. Thanks for your time. I wish you all well.
Thank you, Troy, for that honest and frank assessment of the state of the basin. I know there are going to be a million questions, so... Okay, at the back, I think it's Jackie at the back.
Thank you, Andrew and Troy. I have a question for Andrew. The Ministerial Council has previously made a public commitment that the 450 gigalitre upwater won't be recovered without first doing socio-economic neutrality testing. Can you advise, does this commitment still stand? If so, how will the neutrality be measured? And how will these assessments be undertaken practically and by whom? Thank you.
Sure. So in terms of the 450, there's a requirement that's set down under the, as you quite rightly say, there was a subsequent agreement by the MinCo in 2018 in relation to additional criteria to be considered. So when the federal, and it's the task of then the Commonwealth to determine how it wants to find that 450 gigs. So they will look at the broad range of criteria that are set down, and as the Minister said, that she's open to everything and nothing is off the table as well. So ultimately then the Commonwealth Government will have to decide what projects it wants to bring forward, and then we'll look at how that's reflected. So our task is in relation only to the SDL adjustments. But yep, look, the agreement of MinCo that was made in 2018, it's still there, it still stands, and it's the task of MinCo as to whether it wants to refine that, broaden it, narrow it, what they might want to do. So MinCo is meeting next month, and it'll be interesting to see what they have to say. But from our perspective, what we're then required to do is see how that flows through to whether it requires an SDL adjustment in 24.
Thanks, Jackie. Questions from the floor, please. Jason.
Yeah, Jason Modiger, Chair of Region 4. There's been a lot written about the markets, not the singular market. Troy, do you see at some stage having a deeper look at that, and like you were saying that you've done through water, having a singular market, more transparent, that actually gives a little bit of leeway back to the farmers rather than the brokers who are actually there all the time working hard to use modern trading techniques that maybe disadvantages people trying to produce food and fibre?
Yeah, so the ACCC, as everyone would be aware, did an extensive review into the water trade markets, and Daryl Quinn-Liven was then engaged by the Commonwealth to produce a roadmap as to where the improvements needed to be made, and then who would be responsible for ensuring those were undertaken. As with water management, etc., every state jurisdiction has its own markets, so there's a significant necessity to bring along the states in that process, and that work through the Water Division is well underway of the department, and there's a roadmap that has been developed, of which we have been allocated a particular role at this stage, and because there's within the basin plan very specific water trading and insider trading type provisions that are currently articulated there. So it's not a settled piece of work, but it's not far away. The roadmap and a specific task force is now doing the heavy lifting to get that answer for the Minister to take into the Parliament and into the public domain. But we've been engaged. We understand what potential role we will have going forward. Can I say, in the last 12 months of our operations, people often ask me what's the largest volume of work that comes through our door, the reactive stuff. So we proactively look at tell everyone in our work plan what we're going to examine, and then work comes into us. Overwhelmingly, the work that comes into us by way of complaint or need for attention is water trading. At the Henty Field Days yesterday, we had a survey board up for people to put a sticker on the issues that concern them the most. The number one issue, surprising to me, was water trading.
Melissa?
Thank you to both of you. I get frustrated because we talk about all the intricacies of the water management, but the real elephant in the room, which is not addressed, is climate change. And we know that the next drought's going to be worse than last. We look at what's happening in the Northern Hemisphere at the moment with their water. Yes, and the extreme's going to get worse. Why aren't what-if scenarios talked about, done, modelled, thought about and planned for now? You know, we asked a question yesterday, well, the other day before we went up to Dartmouth Dam, and there's no contingencies for the next flood, and we're in the middle of we're facing another La Nina, and that dam is very, very likely to flow over, and there's no planning. And then the next flood's going to be worse than that. So where's that planning and funding allocation, and how is that going to seriously be addressed?
Sure. In relation to Dartmouth, I mean, let me assure you there is a plan, and it's reviewed every single day. So in terms of managing, you know, the airspace in that dam, trying to manage the impact on downstream as well. And the first priority is to keep the dam safe. And then the second priority is to ensure that, you know, we can do all we can around flood mitigation, and that's reviewed every single day. And I have a team that's working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to make sure that A, we keep the dam safe, and B, that we manage all that we can in relation to downstream. And that's an ongoing process. And, you know, the whole work of the river operations team is not just about today, but also in the future. So I do want to assure you that there is a plan, and, you know, it is being importantly executed. I think the second point around climate change, look, I mean, you're absolutely right. 10 years ago when the basin plan was made, you know, we knew X amount. Now we know X plus Y amount. And so a huge part of the basin plan review is ensuring that what we put forward as a recommendation to the Minister in 26 accounts for climate change. And that's a three-part process. So in 23, 24, what we do is we call it's a basin outlook. And what that is saying, okay, if we took the settings of the basin now, played those forward to 2050, given what we know about climate change, what would the basin look like and what would we need to change? So that's the first part of the process. The second is in 25, there's an evaluation, which is to say, okay, how have we done? What's worked, what hasn't? So what's been the impact of climate change? What have we learned from that? And then how do we adjust to inform the basin plan review in 26? So dealing with the changing climate is a fundamental, absolutely central part to the basin plan review. And every year the science gets better. Every year we learn more. Every year we do different. And so, you know, we have a requirement under legislation that says we must use the best available science. And we're very, very, you know, intent on doing that. That work is well underway, and you know, we will continue over that course of the next 3 years to keep coming back to the community saying, this is what the science is telling us. What do you think? So there's ground truthing, if you like, of the science. Is this consistent with your lived experience? Because we can sit there and do the analysis, but does that accord with what you're experiencing on the ground? So I do want to assure you that climate change is a fundamental, central piece of the basin plan review, both through the outlook, the evaluation, and then the review, and making sure that what we come up with in 26 is future fit, if you like. And this notion of starting to also think about what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve. So you move away from just a very prescriptive, gigalitre, megalitre provision of what needs to happen to say, well, what are the outcomes that need to be achieved through that process of review? Now, outcomes-based legislation, as Troy would tell you, being an ex-politician, is really, really tough to deliver. It's really tough. Makes politicians very nervous. But that's where we've got to get to, and that's what we've got to keep pushing forward. And it's not going to be a 2-year thing or a 3-year thing. This is a 10 and a 12 and a 15 and a 20-year thing. But I do want to assure you that climate change is absolutely at the centre of the Basin Plan review as we go forward.
Thanks, Andrew. Troy, did you want to comment on that from a... No? Okay. Questions from the audience, please. Robin.
Yes, Robin Coleman, Region 7. Congratulations, Troy, on your address this morning. I thought it was very informative and very educational. In respect to the situation that we have in the basin, good management with any company, we can call this a company if you like, good management is absolutely imperative. We have to know everything that's going on. And with satellite technology and drones, you'll know what's going on. But in respect to water consumption to the irrigator, we have to know what water he's taking from Rock River where. How long is it before every irrigator is using an approved water metering device?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it's a journey, I guess, that is a frustrating one because not everyone started at the same point to measure. So there's, if you talk about, we talk about 3 things when it comes to metering. The first is coverage. Where are the meters? How many are out there metering water take? The second is the telemetry. Is what being taken accurate? Is what's being recorded being accurate as its take? And the third thing is timeliness. How often is that information being fed in? And our water metering scorecard that's due at the end of the year will give you those answers on an annual basis. It'll show you. So if you were to ask me who's in first place on coverage of where the meters are, I can give you an answer which jurisdiction that is. Which ones is best in telemetry? There's a different state that's in front in that regard, and timeliness, there's a different winner in that race. The trick is to get them all the same on all 3 measures, and that's hasn't been an easy journey. Even in New South Wales, as I talked about the Southern and Northern Basin narrative, the Southern Basin of New South Wales was far ahead of the Northern Basin of New South Wales, but was behind another jurisdiction, for example, when it comes to the Australian standard meters. The one that has the most meters out there doesn't have the most approved meters. So it's a hodgepodge of results. So the water metering scorecard will give you all those answers on an annual basis, which hasn't existed before. That work's nearing completion, and it hasn't been easy, to be honest with you, to get them all to agree. But I guess that's the beauty of the power of the office, where I can make them do as they're told at times.
I might just add to that on the modelling side of things as well. It's the same on the river modelling. People say, well, can you just model an outcome? There's 24 different models across the basin, and none of them actually talk to each other. So we've got a project called the River Modelling Uplift Program, which is a $60 million project to actually get those data sets to talk to each other so we can actually model outcomes. So this issue of consistency across jurisdictions, it gets repeated time and time again, whether it be in metering, whether it be in monitoring, whether it be in modelling. It's one of the challenges of a federated system.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Troy. Great response. At the back, please.
Bede Spanigal from Riverina Water in Region 9. Thank you for your presentations, gentlemen. My question is to Troy. Do the river operations or the water operations of Snowy Hydro come under your jurisdiction? And if so, has there been any scrutiny on their operations of late which are adding to the risk of flooding? Thank you.
So all those arrangements are under the agreement that I referred to in my address, and we do not have power over the agreement, no legislative responsibilities on the agreement. Where and how we can look into the river operations is through the legislation under our oversight powers. So we have different levels of powers to intervene, for want of a better word, or to influence outcomes than we do under our compliance powers. So we don't have any compliance powers under the river operation side of things, only the power to have a look and report back what we find. If hopefully that answers your question.
Thanks, Bede. Professor Pittock.
Andrew, Professor Jamie Pittock from Australian National University and Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists. As a scientist, I'm very worried about the authority saying it will deal with climate change through more downscale climate modelling. I would suggest that there are diminishing returns from more modelling. More modelling isn't going to reduce the degree of uncertainty about ongoing climate change impacts. Can I suggest that the authority's challenge is more one of how do we make robust decisions under uncertainty for the changes that will help people, agriculture and the environment on a constantly changing climate. This conference has heard a couple of great ideas, for example, managed aquifer recharge for reliable town water supply, for example, constraints relaxation. Can I get your feedback on how this adaptation challenge can shift from modelling to robust decision making?
Thanks, Jamie. Good to see you. Yeah, look, I agree. I mean, it's got to be all of the above. We've got to make sure that we are doing the best we can in terms of modelling what the future might look like, but also, as I said in my remarks, ground truthing that with what's the actual lived experience. So looking exactly to say it, whether it's aquifer recharge, I think constraints presents a huge opportunity. I'm a failed economist, but I understand the notion of constraints, adding greater marginal utility to every megalitre of water that you can release. That's really important. So I think it's got to be all of it, Jamie, and I think the other really important part is the way in which we go about that level of consultation, with the likes of the Wentworth Group and others right across the board. We had our ACCES advisory panel meeting for 4 days last week, coming in and making sure that they're testing all of the assumptions that we're making. So that's why I stress the importance of collaboration and consultation, because there is no way that we can sit in Canberra and say, look, we know everything about what the impacts of climate change are going to be. It's you folk out here that know. So that's why we've got to be better and stronger in our collaboration to get those inputs, get those ideas, and make sure that we're doing everything we can. And it's going to be a combination of things. And you're right, it's about what's being done now, what can be done with new and innovative ways. Just a little aside, I've seen a fabulous groundwater aquifer recharge program in the driest parts of India, which has had incredible benefits to small agricultural communities over there. So, these are the sorts of things we've got to do. So I'm actually completely aligned with you. I don't think we're at odds at all. I think it's really, really important that we are collaborative, open to new ideas, want to encourage them to come forward. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do the modelling and we shouldn't continue to do that, but you're right, Jamie, 100%. Modelling isn't the answer. It's part of it, but it's got to be everything else as well. So, yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Andrew. Question from Andrew.
Good morning. Andrew Casaubon, Region 5, South Australia. I asked a question yesterday about water resource planning. You alluded to it this morning that 9 are in the authority, 4 are in the preliminary stages, 5. What's happening with the rest? Are they going to be accredited prior to your 24 review and the 26 basin plan review? Because they should have been done 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's always tough when you left your homework on the bus, isn't it? Yeah, look, I am very confident. I had a good discussion with Minister Anderson 10 days ago. He's very committed to doing it, and there was not one government that nailed a water resource plan the first time they put it up. I mean, there's 55 statutory requirements, so they're tough things to do. And the fact that New South Wales is now engaging with us, and I'd have to say Troy was a fair catalyst in making that happen, engaging with us in that pre-consultation phase as well to make sure that once we actually get them in, there's a much higher chance of success. So, yeah, I do remain confident, and they have to be done. You're absolutely right. They are behind, and that's why we put it on red in our report card. But I have a lot greater level of confidence even today than I had 10 days ago. So, we are working hard to do that. One of the challenges for us is just the size of the task. So every time we receive one of them, we can assess about 4 at a time, and they take about 13 weeks each to assess. And then the authority has to review them, and then we make a recommendation to the Minister. And I can tell you that reading them is a tough gig, but I do remain confident, and I hear the concern. I think Troy hears the concern, and we are doing everything we can to work constructively with New South Wales to encourage them and help them get them done.
Thanks, Andrew. Any other questions from the floor? If I might just ask, we've talked a lot about the Southern Basin, especially over the last couple of days, and earlier we were talking about how the Southern Basin is awash with water. The Northern Basin isn't so much. Some of the areas like Tamworth and up around there are really struggling. How do you both balance the challenges of the Southern Basin when it's awash with water?
That's not accurate. I've been in the Northern Basin, went right through from Queensland, right out west, up through the Peel, out to Broken Hill, the whole lot. There's water everywhere.
Okay.
It's just a different system. You have a highly regulated system with a massive amount of infrastructure here. It's more of a natural system in the northern part of the basin, and but there is water everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think exactly as Troy said, the challenge with the Northern Basin is it's essentially an unregulated system in terms of unregulated flows and a lack of infrastructure. You know, if we look at the Southern Basin, you know, Andrew Reynolds and his crew can pretty much control every megalitre of water on the direction of the states that flows down those rivers. So it's a much more challenging system to run, but we should never forget that it is one basin. I mean, what happens in the north ends up flowing down through the south. And I think, you know, understanding that connectivity is really important. I was out in the Lachlan week before last, and, you know, seeing the water that's out there and how they're managing their system is really, really impressive. So, you know, I want to assure everyone we don't, exactly as Troy said, there's no magical, you know, Mason-Dixon line across the middle of New South Wales that says this is the north and that's the south and therefore we treat you differently. Yeah. You know, one of the unique things about the MDBA, love us or hate us, we're probably the one organisation that actually takes a basin-wide view because we have to. And so, you know, we don't see that distinction.
Oh, thank you both. Our theme this year was economics, dams and infrastructure. Do either of you have a view as to, you know, what sort of infrastructure should look like in the future? Should we be building more dams? Should we be focused on recharging aquifers, or combination of both?
I most definitely don't have a view. That's not my job.
Okay. Thanks, Troy. Thank you.
I spent 25 years in the private sector. I'm now a public servant. I've got to endorse what Troy just said. Look, from our perspective, you know, very, very directly, we look at it in the context of how does that then impact on the SDLs. And sometimes when you think about infrastructure, does that create more water in the system? No, it's just that you're capturing the water in different places, so it won't, for example, change in SDLs. So that's where we stay focused on. I don't know, the Minister's going to be here shortly. I reckon that's a cracking question for her.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you both. Okay, another question from Andrew. Sorry, at the back. Jackie?
Yes, so we're doing round two now. Just in regards to moving away from a siloed approach and focusing indeed on a whole of basin approach, do you think it's time to do a review of the National Water Initiative, which was really the foundation document that led to the plan? The reason I ask is that one of the underpinning things there was that water should flow to the highest value crop. And I wonder if we've moved on from that and we need to have a wider array of principles to base our decision making around. And when it does come to economic value, maybe we need to look at where water delivers the best economic outcomes for the nation. But do it from a basin-wide perspective. What are your thoughts on that? And I'll ask, Troy spoke first about moving away from the siloed approach, but maybe you could both just give an opinion.
Well, just to clarify, so I couldn't support the premise of your question more strongly, but the National Water Initiative is a policy-related one, so it's one for the department that I'm not permitted to formally have a view on, but the principles of having a basin-wide approach have to be, in my view, adopted in every layer of water management, whether it's a compliance, policy setting, infrastructure. The thing I get frustrated about is everyone pushes for an absolute to support their view or their agenda or there's no absolutes in life. This is all about balance. This is all about equity. It's all about fairness. That's the Murray-Darling Basin. That's what it's all about. It's not about one or the other. It's not about me first, you second, or you last. It's all about equity and about balance, and it's not always easy to achieve. There has to be compromise. We can be parochial to death. You can parochially support one view, but it may end up killing you. So I just think the mature way we need to think about everything in water management in 2022 is still not be arguing about the same stuff we were 110 years ago.
Thanks, Troy. Okay, another question from the floor. Andrew again.
This might be a naive question. We keep talking about three states, South Australia, Victoria and New South Wales as part of the Basin Plan. There's a silent state called Queensland. My question is, and I don't know the answer to it, are they a signatory to the Basin Plan? And if not, will they be brought into the fold in the 26 review?
No, they're absolutely a signatory to the Basin Plan. You know, they sit on the Ministerial Council. They are 100%, and you know the Balonne and all those rivers play an incredibly important part. So yeah, it's actually Queensland, New South Wales, South Australia, Victoria, the ACT as well, and the Commonwealth.
And just further, my review was on the River Murray operations. The River Murray doesn't flow in Queensland, so that's why they weren't referred to in that regard. But as Andrew said, they're absolutely a signatory, and they're a critical part of the basin, the whole basin. And my report in Border Rivers Interstate Trade that's coming out in 2 to 3 weeks' time clearly articulates issues in that part of the world that lay at the responsibility of Queensland and New South Wales. To give you some comfort, there's some Commonwealth-funded work in relation to remote sensing. I think someone mentioned it earlier about metering and other satellite-based technology going forward. New South Wales and Queensland are jointly, for the first time in 10 years of the Basin Plan, working on a joint program regarding remote sensing. So despite them looking at floodplain harvesting and overflow as described as two different things and managed in two different ways, the technology to ultimately measure and manage that into the future is a joint exercise currently underway, which is encouraging.
Thank you, Troy. Jason again.
Thanks, Mark. Just in regard to if we're considering the millennial drought and how landscapes would deplenish, destroyed in cases in different places within the basin, is there time to consider on a scientific level and climate change? How do you bring those areas of the basin that were very much, given a hard time, how do you bring them back to what they were prior to something like the millennial drought, which was so devastating? And to follow up what Melissa was saying before, with the projection on maybe the next drought, like, is there room to move to think about more water? And I know you both said that there is reporting on that. Is that considered as well, or has it been considered?
Yeah, so when we look at the climate change modelling for the Basin Plan review, it is on a valley-by-valley assessment. So it'll take into account, what are the circumstances in each of those places. So the short answer is yes. I think the second point I make is that's why it's so important that we actually make sure that we deliver what the states have signed up to. And I think when you start to talk about the supply and constraints, so there's sort of three parts, if you like, the basin. There's 2,100 gigalitres thereabouts, which has been delivered. There's the 605, and then there's the 450. The 605 is particularly interesting because of, saying to Jamie, the importance of constraints allowing that water to get out. But the fact that that's actually already been banked into the consumptive pool. So now the projects are actually, if you like, the repayment of that. So that's why those projects are so important, because that's already been accounted for. The 450 is genuine water, they call it up water and down water, that's then additional, that's achieved through efficiency. So we need to look at that, and they can be, again, valley by valley projects, or they can be cross valley as well. So I think it's really important, and the climate change work that we are doing will get down to a valley by valley level to take account of those changes over time, pre-millennial drought, post-millennial drought, what that will look like. That's a really complex task, very time consuming, very expensive, but it's got to be done.
Thanks, Andrew. I think the final question goes to Peter from Moirashire.
Thank you. To Andrew, is there any thought of putting more small weirs along the Darling to provide more pools of water during times of low flow?
Be a good question for the minister, and I'm not dodging it. We don't look after the infrastructure in terms of that would be a state question as to whether they wanted to put that infrastructure there. I know I was with the minister out Menindee, and we were talking about the Menindee. South of Burke. Looking at the weirs there, Wilcannia. Thank you, Troy. Troy's giving me a geography lesson as we go along here. The Wilcannia Weir and relocating that, below Wilcannia as above. So and that's a joint funded Commonwealth state project. So it really is a question for the states in terms of how they do that. Again, good question for the minister. I know, Troy, you got something?
Yeah, so there's an actual program currently out there that's the minister may be able to give you an update called the Western Weirs project, and that goes to the heart of your question about what potentially may or may not be happening in the future, and Wilcannia Weir is one of those such projects, as I understand.
Well, thank you both for being with us today. Please join with me in thanking Andrew McConville and Troy Grant. Thank you. It's now time for morning tea, so please be back at 11 sharp to hear from the minister.
Thank you. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you begin to resume your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, would you please resume your seats? As for what they're going to ask, Ladies and gentlemen, please resume your seats. Minister Plibersek served as an Australian, as you know, is a very well-known politician who has served as Deputy Leader of the Labor Party and Deputy Leader of the Opposition from 2013 to 2019. She serves as a Member of Parliament for Sydney since 1998. A member of the Labor Party, the Minister has served as a Cabinet Minister in the Rudd, Gillard and Albanese governments. She's currently, as you know, Minister for the Environment and Water, which is why she's here to address us today. Having previously served as the Shadow Minister for Education and Shadow Minister for Women between 2019 and 2022. Please give a very warm welcome to Minister Plibersek. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much for that introduction. That was lovely. And it's so wonderful to be here in Albury on Wiradjuri country. I want to start by paying my respects to Wiradjuri elders past and present and acknowledge their ongoing custodianship and connection with this land. Albury was always a meeting place for First Nations people. Indigenous Australians would gather here on the banks of the Murray to share their stories, to exchange knowledge, to perform marriage rites, to hunt, to feast, to enjoy themselves. They gathered here in this place because water has always been life on a continent like ours. Indigenous Australians knew that better than anyone. They knew how to read the river system, they knew how to preserve the river system, and they knew how to use it efficiently. When Charles Sturt first led the first exploration down the Murray, he found that Indigenous people could tell exactly when, from the smallest rise and fall in the river, a dried up waterhole would turn into a healthy pond teeming with birds and fish. We're so lucky to share this continent with the world's oldest continuous cultures and most successful environmental custodians on Earth. That's why our government is committed to lifting up their voice and to learning from that remarkable example. Can I also acknowledge some of the other speakers that have joined us? David Thurley, National President of the Murray-Darling Association, Mark Lamb, the CEO of the Murray-Darling Association, Andrew McConville, the CEO of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, Troy Grant, the Inspector General of Water Compliance, mayors, councillors, scientists, farmers, other experts here at this conference from right across the basin. Before I get into my remarks proper, I just wanted to say a few words about the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. This is the first public engagement, first speech I've made since her passing, and I want to briefly pay my respects to Her Royal Highness. On Monday, we marked the end of an era and the final chapter of a great life. I know how deeply many people have felt her loss, particularly in regional and country Australia, and I know that the Queen shared a real affection for country Australia as she travelled through every corner of our massive continent. If you look at her movement over the 70 years of her reign, she covered so much of Australia. She visited Broome and Darwin, Albany, Alice Springs, Whyalla, Broken Hill, Ballarat, Bendigo, Mildura, Launceston, Burnie, Dubbo, Armidale, Rockhampton, Mackay, Townsville, and she visited Albury too with her husband Philip and now King Charles in the year of our bicentenary. When you look at the photos of that time, you can still search them, you can see them online, you can see how the people of Albury embraced their Queen. Over 10,000 people turned up for the parade, and you can see hundreds that were camped overnight to get a front row seat for that parade. But there was also a part of this visit that has now been largely forgotten, and I think it's a story that this audience will appreciate. After the official parade, the high point of the Queen's visit to Albury was going to be the launch of a new boat, the PS Cumbaroona. It was a replica ship built here in Albury in memory of the steamboats that used to work the river in the 19th century. When the big day arrived, the royal entourage came to town, the boat was there at the wharf, the launch was scheduled in the diary, everything was ready to go. There was just one problem. There was not enough water. Not enough water in the river. So after a long hot summer and a lot of water extracted from the river system for irrigation, it actually wasn't safe to launch the boat and the cruise had to be cancelled. Now, of course, I'm sure Queen Elizabeth II handled the news with her usual grace and composure, but she got a glimpse of just how complex river management is. When you're balancing the needs of irrigation, the environment, seasonal changes in weather, and the occasional royal visit. So I don't need to tell anyone at this conference how challenging river management can be in Australia, because managing the basin has always been at the core of your business. This is the 78th National Conference of the Murray-Darling Association. That is really phenomenal, isn't it? By anyone's measure, that is really remarkable longevity and proof that what you're doing here is very important. Since World War II, this association has been bringing local councils together, opening up dialogue, finding common ground and campaigning for regional development across the basin. So you fought for the Snowy Hydro irrigation scheme. My dad worked on the Snowy Hydro project, by the way. You've lobbied for regional universities. You've campaigned for local tourism. You've led the fight against salinity. You've raised the alarm about carp and other invasive species. And you've been there for each other in the toughest times through drought and flood and fire. So the basin, as you know, is an immense place. If it was a country on its own, it would be the 29th largest country in the world. Bigger than Egypt, bigger than Turkey, bigger than France, bigger than Germany, bigger than England. No single organisation can capture everything about the basin because of its enormous diversity. And it's why local councils are so very important when we're thinking about policy for the basin. The association represents more than 150 councils across the basin, from Darling Downs in Queensland through New South Wales and Victoria to the mouth of the Murray and Greater Adelaide. So you think about the differences across that vast space in geography, in industry, in climate and culture. More than any other level of government, councils can tell you what's happening in those communities and in those towns. You know when a region is suffering, you know when crops are struggling or business is slumping or when youth unemployment is spiking. Or in happier days, you know when towns are booming and need urgent expansion of services. This human knowledge, this first-hand experience is absolutely invaluable. And it's why our government, our federal government, is committed to supporting local councils in the work that you do, by including local government in National Cabinet, by reconstituting the Council of Australian Local Governments to give you direct audience with federal ministers, by working with you all to deliver our priorities in housing, in transport, communications, and the transition to zero net emissions. And by building fairer, more transparent grants funding systems so that communities don't miss out on the support that they need for political reasons. Now, I don't think anybody in this room is naive, and there's no doubt that every council that comes to a collective like this, a collection of councils like this, comes with its own perspectives, its own motivations, and ultimately the interests of their own local population at the fore. But what the Murray-Darling Association shows is that even with those interests and those differences, genuine collaboration is possible in the basin. It shows that we can acknowledge our points of disagreement while working on the interests that we share in common. And those common interests are very real, because I do genuinely believe that we all want a healthy Murray-Darling system. We all want to see these rivers connecting together in a big web of fertile land all the way to the sea. We all want to guarantee the water Australia needs to irrigate our farms and grow our incredible produce. We all want the basin to be sustainable, to be there for all of us in 20 years, in 50 years, in 100 years, in hundreds of years. And it's why the Murray-Darling Plan was designed in the first place. So I want to start by acknowledging all of the hard work that your communities have done over the past 10 years. The cooperation, the good faith, the sacrifices that you've shown for the river system. We probably don't say it enough, but this work has already made a very substantial difference. Water recovery, efficiency projects and environmental flows are already creating a healthier, more resilient Murray-Darling Basin. I mean, it probably helps that we've had 2 years of really good rain as well. But I know that that hasn't always been easy for your towns and your communities. I've been talking a lot to irrigators, for example, over the past 3 months, and I know why irrigators value their water so fiercely. As I said at the Bush Summit in Griffith, irrigation has been a great thing for this country. No one in our government has any interest in undermining irrigation or demonising it or minimising its role in our national prosperity. But we want to make sure that irrigation communities are sustainable so that the next generation of farmers can embrace their future with the same confidence that their parents and their grandparents were able to. That's why we have a national water plan, and I think it's really important to take a step back and recognise what water recovery has already achieved for the basin. So you heard from the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder yesterday, a record 2,000 gigalitres of water was delivered to the river system last year. And it can feel pretty strange talking about that, talking about a drought. You know, we're dealing with the exact opposite problem at the moment. Being in the middle of our third La Niña cycle, our biggest concern is flooding at the moment. But in dry years, that return to the river system has been an absolute lifeline. In 2018 and 2019, water recovery helped save rivers in the Northern Basin when the situation was absolutely dire. I don't know how many towns I visited now where the photo on the wall of the town hall or the RSL is the whole town standing on the bank of the completely dry river that normally runs through town. And, you know, with the sort of usual humour of Australians, people are playing cricket on the dry riverbed, the base of the dry riverbed. But that's not funny when the rivers are like that. It's not easy for towns to survive that. Those rivers had shrivelled to nothing, placing towns and local ecosystems under intense threat. The release of water coordinated at the Queensland border offered these communities hope when they needed it most. Hundreds of kilometres of river benefited from that environmental water, and every town along that journey celebrated that water as it journeyed south. It was a great achievement, it was a great collective achievement, and it was only made possible because of the sacrifices made by the communities that you represent. It's also meant that at the bottom of the river system, at the mouth of the Murray, the river has stayed connected to the sea for 8 of the past 10 years, flushing out the salt and the toxins out of the river system and into the Southern Ocean. It's why the Murray-Darling Basin Plan it's what it was designed to achieve in the first place. And we have made significant steps towards realising our goals and placing basin communities on a sustainable trajectory. But the difficult truth is that water management is only going to get more difficult in years to come. It's only going to get harder. Rainfall patterns are changing, temperatures are changing. Climate change means that on average we'll get more rain in northern Australia and less rain in the southeast. It means that basin river flows could decline by as much as 30% by 2050. Just last week, the Victorian government released a report warning that in 50 years' time, the state could be desalinating 80% of its drinking water because of climate change and weaker river flows. So that's why at the election, our government promised to deliver the Murray-Darling Basin Plan in full, including the additional 450 gigalitres of additional environmental water. Now, you know, it's been made pretty clear to me since I took on this job that this is not a universally popular promise. But we're not doing it because we expected it to be popular or fun or easy. We're doing it because it's necessary. That critical water release during 2019 was a ray of hope for many communities along the river system, but the water just barely dribbled into the weir at Burke. Environmental water holders didn't have enough water to connect the river along its full length, and iconic native species, fish like the Murray cod, for example, and catfish, are still very much struggling to recover in the Darling. We're committed to the full Murray-Darling Basin Plan because it means more water travelling down the full length of our rivers, particularly in those drier years. And, you know, the one thing we know about Australia for sure is it might be wet today, it's going to be dry again in the not too distant future. This will mean benefits across the basin, including the Mid-Murrumbidgee, Mid-Murray and Goulburn valleys, and it'll support incredible biodiversity too. I, a few months ago, released the State of the Environment report, which found that native fish in the basin have declined by more than 90% since European arrival. And the alarming thing about that is that trend is continuing. We all saw the very distressing photographs from the Lower Darling in the last drought. Wet years give us an opportunity, a window, to repopulate water birds and native fish while breeding conditions are good. The Lower Murray just recorded its first successful breeding event for golden perch in a decade, from southern Queensland down the Darling Barker and into the Lower Murray River. Environmental Waters also supporting breeding programs in our wetlands, helping cormorants and egrets and royal spoonbills and glossy ibis and straw-necked ibis grow and repopulate. Of course, that's fantastic news for birds and fish, but it's actually good for the entire basin ecosystem as well. Because we can never forget that our environments aren't little dots on a map. These are connected systems built on these endless connections and relationships that feed and support and sustain each other. It's one of the most important things that we can learn from Wiradjuri people and First Nations people across the basin. And as we've said, our government is committed to delivering the Murray-Darling Basin Plan in full, but we are really and genuinely open-minded about how we get there. We'll be consultative, we'll be collaborative, and we'll be purposeful. We don't want to see continued drift in the achievement of the plan. So I'm very pleased to be able to announce this morning that I have accredited the first water resource plan from New South Wales, the New South Wales Border Rivers Alluvium Plan. The Murray-Darling Basin Authority has examined the plan and recommended to me as Minister that I accept the plan, and I've taken that advice. Water resource plans are a really critical element of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan as a whole because they set a limit on the volume of water that can be extracted from a particular area. And without these accredited plans, the Inspector General of Water Compliance, who's with us today, he can't do his job. He's got really limited power to ensure that the states are meeting their obligations, including limiting their water take to an environmentally sustainable level. Without those plans, he can't do it. New South Wales is responsible for delivering 20 out of 33 basin water resource plans, but it, until today, has been the only state with no plan in place. None of them, none of the 20 were in place. When I first met the New South Wales Minister after becoming the Commonwealth Water Minister in early July, I spoke to Minister Anderson about the delay in providing these water resource plans. And I really do want to thank Minister Anderson for prioritising the development of the plans now. I think it's a very encouraging sign and proof that constructive engagement and a little bit of stick from the Inspector General actually works. So I think this will give everyone greater confidence that the Basin Plan is doing its job, that all basin jurisdictions have plans to meet their part of the bargain, and that the Inspector General can ensure that the rules are being followed. And of course, I very much hope that this plan will be the first of all of the 20 that I expect from New South Wales. The Murray-Darling Basin Authority is now formally assessing 4 other groundwater plans for New South Wales, and I understand a further 4 or 5 have been submitted for informal feedback. So I very much hope that all 20 of those plans will be submitted for accreditation in the very near future. We need all of these plans in place as soon as possible so that water users can feel assured that the rules are being applied fairly and consistently right across the basin. This decision is certainly good news for the communities of the Northern Border Rivers region, because they finally have real certainty about the rules for water extraction. So I'm very happy that I'm able to share that news with you today. And I really want to end on this positive note. I am, I think, by nature a pretty optimistic person, and my travels around the basin have really reinforced this feeling in me. I've been north, I've been south, I've been in every basin, state and territory. I've been upstream, downstream, Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia. I'm back to South Australia next week, I think. Pretty much everywhere I have gone, people have been positive, realistic, practical, keen to work very constructively. People are very proud of their communities. They want to defend the future of their communities. I get that. You know, if you're standing up for your home, there's a real you know, emotional connection there. I know that people want to see the best for the future of their communities, and they're proud of what we've achieved as Australians in, you know, communities right across Australia, the agriculture that's developed, the tourism opportunities that have developed, the cities and towns that rely on the river system. People are proud of their homes, and they're proud of how resilient they have been, no matter what's been thrown at us. I mean, Australians are pretty tough like that. While people are proud of their homes and what they've achieved, they're also really, for the most part, very reasonable about understanding the perspectives of people in other parts of the basin. So we know that while there are challenges facing us as a country, there are challenges facing the river system, we have shown that when we work together, when we collaborate, when we address these challenges in good faith, we really can make real progress for this river system that we share. If we keep hold of our common interests, if we remember that all of us rely on a healthy, connected and resilient Murray-Darling, I'm confident that we can work together to ensure the basin is sustainable and is productive for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for those inspiring words and also your very generous support of the MDA. Over to you. Questions. I'm sure there are many questions that you'd like to ask the Minister. Who would like to go first? Melissa. Melissa.
Thank you, Tanya. It was very refreshing to hear you speak. I guess the question is, and it's great that you're committed to the 450 gigalitres, it's how and when? Is it is it your intention to do that by 2026? Because we've got a long way to go. So I guess how and when. And then another part to the question is that here we are, the NDA, we represent 178 odd councils, although half of those are represented here. You've talked about having flexibility in how you do deliver that. How can we better engage with you? Because we do have the voices of our communities. We do represent those very much so, and we'd really love to see that engagement more with the locals in terms of ideas of how that could go forward. Yep.
Melissa? Thank you. So normally in these kind of Q&As, people are very strict about the audience asking questions rather than making statements. Can I say before I answer your question, I'd really like to hear from you. The reason I come to things like this is not just to answer your questions, but to hear from you. And I'll have a series of meetings for the rest of the day. All of these trips that I've been doing around the Murray-Darling Basin, north, south, you know, I have been doing my very best to sit down with local government, representatives of local government, to hear directly about how you think things are going with the delivery of the plan, how you think things could be improved with the delivery of the plan. So I'm very delighted to hear from you after I've answered your question as well. The 450 gigalitres is not negotiable. We promised that at the election, that we're going to deliver that additional environmental water. But how we get there is negotiable. And I am still very much in listening mode now. I'm very keen to hear from you. I know that there are a lot of sensitivities from communities who feel like they've already done a lot of the heavy lifting, and I'm listening to that. I think the best and most honest thing I can say to you is I'm open-minded. I'm not taking things off the table yet because this is an enormous challenge. When I came into this role, 2 gigalitres out of 450 had been delivered in the course of a decade. 2 gigalitres out of 450. There's a long way to go. I've been honest about the fact that it's very tough to get there in the timeframes that were identified when that 450 gigalitre target was set. It's very challenging to get there in the timeframes, but I'm open-minded and I'm keen to work constructively with communities, you know, up and down this, you know, million square kilometres to work out the best way to do it so that we do think about the needs of the communities that live along the river system, people who rely on it for their work, farmers, tourism operators, and the environment. We need to consider all three.
I think our next question comes from Andrew from South Australia.
Good morning, Minister. Andrew Cassabon, Region 5, South Australia. You ask, I'll tell you, I'm nervous. I'm nervous that we are not going to achieve what you are setting out to achieve on time in full. The 605 projects are behind time. I can't see them ever being achieved, the outcomes being achieved. The 450, again, it's a long road. It won't be achieved by 26. The thing that makes me the most nervous is buybacks. The community, my community, does not want buybacks. I'm neutral on the idea. It's a mechanism for recovery, but I know my community are against buybacks, so they would like that commitment that buybacks are not in the mix. Thank you.
And I can only honestly say that they're not off the table at this stage. It's way too early for me to be taking things off the table, but I've very clearly got the message that people are nervous, and I kind of get, I understand the reasons why. People have been very explicit with me about why.
Our next question comes from Peter from Moira Shire.
Yeah, Peter Mansfield from Moira Shire, centred around Yarrawonga Cobram area, a big irrigation area. I'll just start by saying that our shire has already lost 25% of our irrigation water from the first round of buybacks. With the 450 recovery, we're in a bit of a, I'll just preempt this, we're in a bit of a catch-22 situation. One, that the buybacks have got to happen, the recovery of 450's got to happen by end of 24, but with no zero socio-economic impact on the communities. So how does the government look at that?
I'm sighing because this obviously is something that keeps me awake at night. Look, I think one of the things that troubles me about the approach in recent times is some of the projects that have been knocked back have actually been sensible, popular projects locally, and the way they've been tied up in red tape because of some of the rules that are applied, they just haven't got up. And I can actually think of things that, you know, probably farmers that you know have come to me and said, oh, I want to do this and I can't because of the way the rules are operating. It'd be more jobs for the local community. We bring in, you know, diversified industry into the local community, and the projects don't get up because of red tape, or I'm calling it brown tape because it's, you know, keeping the country dry. So I think there is an opportunity to do better with less ideology and more common sense in some of the decisions that we're making.
Question. I'm sorry, I can't see who it is.
Brenton Lewis,
Brenton.
Mayor of the Royal City of Murray Bridge. Minister, it's really great to see you here. I think I told you privately half an hour ago that when I looked at the agenda, seeing you on it was without a doubt firmed up I was coming in person. I've driven 1,100 kilometres plus to be here, but it's well and truly worth it. I've got a...
I don't even think my husband would drive 1,100 kilometres to hear me talk. But, so thank you.
Well, it's been worthwhile. I've had a look at the country on the way, and it's wet, wet, wet and wetter. Look, my point is one that when I look at your address today, you've captured, you know, the size, the quantum, you've even put it in comparison to countries, the size of the basin. We that live in the basin fully understand our patch. I think at times we don't understand the overall patch. That's why the MDA is so important. If the MDA wasn't an organisation as such, we'd have to create something to be able to consult with you and others around what it's all about. So you are right, we're on the ground and we can bring that local knowledge together collectively and present you with an honest picture for whatever that portfolio is we're talking about. To the point I want to make is that let's accept the 30% reduction in rainfall in the basin, potentially, the increase in heat and all the other things that we're being told yesterday, today. Let's accept that. Now, if it's to be, I think our solutions need to look outside of the catchment as well as inside the catchment. I'd be really encouraged if in your time as Minister and with your government, there'd be an appetite to look at how we can harness waters from outside of the basin, to the north in particular, that are basically run off and wasted to a large degree in large rainfall events and not captured, not to any degree beneficial, most likely detrimental to the oceans that they flow to. So my question is, would you, as the Minister with your party, have an appetite to bring us forward to, a lot of work's been done, but we can't get definitive one way or the other as to whether the proposal stacks up or not. And I think we need to do that. I think we need to get to a point where we've got enough scientific information to say this is real or this is unreal, one way or the other. We need that answer. And once we've got that answer, what we're going to do, if it is positive, don't worry about the cost. We've proven through COVID, doesn't matter how many billions you need, we'll find it. How many helicopters, how many submarines is it to fix the problem? Seriously, put things in perspective. But what we're talking about is injecting the lifeblood of water, which is the only element the Murray-Darling Basin needs to continue to perform and grow, is water. So if we can add water, we protect all those communities, all that infrastructure, all those little countries you talked about. We'll be preserving that as healthy part of Australia, and we can't afford to have it be anything else. And the cost will be, what will the cost be if we don't add that water and continue to work internally to save and maximise water use? But it's that additional water I think will be the secret to saving the basin in the longer term.
So a couple of things about that. I'll answer it in two ways. The first is, are we thinking a long way ahead about the impact of changing climate and changing water resources and so on? We absolutely have to. And one of the things that we're doing right now is starting that work of updating the science so that when we come to review the Murray-Darling Basin Plan in 2026, we don't start then to try and project what we're going to need in 30 and 50 and 100 years' time. We're doing that science now. The second thing is, you're talking about more water infrastructure, not necessarily in the Murray-Darling Basin, but in other areas where we might have, potential open up more land for irrigated farming and so on. And we are also looking at areas like the Burdekin and far north Queensland. There's a range of different proposals for water infrastructure projects in those areas. Of course, we're looking at them as well. I'd say one of the changes that I'm keen to make as Water Minister is, in the past, a lot of these large water infrastructure projects have been assessed really only against the kind of agricultural benefit that they might bring. In many cases, we don't take into account the economic benefit of providing more secure town water supplies at the same time. Like the Commonwealth funding has not really been assessed against what it does for water security for towns. One of the changes that we'll make is make sure that we're kind of contemplating both, because you say, it doesn't matter what it costs, we can spend whatever, but there's a really different value proposition if you're only calculating against a kind of agricultural or industry benefit compared with if you're calculating against the water security, like town water security benefits that a project might have. So that means that we're looking at lots of projects, but we're assessing them in a slightly different way.
Thank you. Next question.
Sorry, Tanya, when I asked my question, she said when she'd finished talking that she'd like to hear from me, so I didn't get a chance to say. Tanya, are you aware that when you increase soil carbon, it actually increases productivity, but it also increases water holding capacity? So when you did, sorry? Didn't hear. I'll repeat, when you increase soil carbon, you increase water holding capacity and productivity. And as South Australia has released 50% of its carbon to the atmosphere, so there's payback for farmers by increasing soil carbon. But every 1% is an extra 10 to 30 tonnes of water holding capacity. And that also increases production and gives payback and improves the economy. Is that considered at all into a methodology?
Yes, and I actually love talking about this. I promise I won't talk about it for too long. But some of the investments that we're making and will make further in recycling, for example, the food, organic, garden organic waste processing. I just made an announcement in the ACT just recently about a new facility down there collecting, garden cuttings. That's not unusual, but this will also create opportunities to have like bulk food organics from restaurant remains and things like that, all processed into really high value mulch, for example. There are such great opportunities to reduce methane, which is a really, bad greenhouse gas, capture that in these processing things, and then plough that stuff back into the soil. We've had in the past really good advisors for farmers who want to keep more soil carbon or more carbon in their soil. A lot of that capacity no longer exists. We need to make sure that we're sharing the information about how farmers can do that, because they want to do it. It increases their own productivity. It's good for their output. It's great for the environment. I think this is a really exciting area, and I see individuals trying to do really good work. We need to make sure that we're systematising that and supporting people to make that great reinvestment in their own productive capacity.
Our next question comes from Jeff Dobson from Shepparton.
Thanks, Mark. Tanya, thanks for being here. About 10 years ago, the Victorian Premier of the day, John Brumby, met with a group of local business people, and they did a deal. He put $2 billion on the table to reconfigure our outdated irrigation structures, and the payback was a pipeline to Melbourne to look after their critical needs whenever that was around. So what we did was we reconfigured channels, irrigation channels, we threw some out, we piped a lot more, and we did on-farm efficiencies. It went right beyond the farm gate, it went right into the farm. So I guess what I'm saying is the Goulburn Murray Irrigation District has done that, and we were able to use those efficiencies to give water to the environment and to Melbourne. And I'm just wondering whether or not there are other areas within the Murray-Darling Basin that could look at the same sort of system that we did in the Goulburn Murray Irrigation District.
Well, I said earlier that nothing's off the table. One of the things that has surprised me most is how allergic many people have been to on-farm water efficiency projects, and the very strong antipathy that some have to that. It just seems to me a no-brainer that if you've got willing participants who want to partner to do on-farm efficiencies, I'm not making an announcement here today, it just has really surprised me that the previous government was so hostile to this. What you're describing seems to me a win-win situation.
Thank you, Jeff. The next question, I think, comes from Professor Jamie Pittock from ANU.
Minister Jamie Pittock from ANU and the Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists. Thank you for reiterating your commitment to the 450 gigalitres of upwater. I note that this afternoon...
You're a professor, so you're going to tell me how I'm going to do it in the time frame, aren't you?
Happy to have a yarn. But I note that the New South Wales Legislative Council this afternoon is due to debate whether or not to allow the New South Wales Government to retrospectively licence 450 gigalitres of floodplain harvesting take in northern New South Wales. I'm wondering, do you have a view on what the Commonwealth Government can do to ensure that New South Wales only takes its fair share of water from the basin?
I think this is another example of where transparency, accountability, metering, measuring, monitoring, and making that information public is actually an important step forward. It goes again back to the water resource plans, because any take like that should be reflected in water resource plans, and poor Troy can't do his job until, well, he's doing a great job, but it's hard to do the job in respect of New South Wales until that information is made public, until the New South Wales Government can be held against what they are publicly contracting to do.
Our next question comes from, I think, Jackie Kruger from Leeton.
Thank you, Minister. I think as a basin community, we're all committed to a healthy and connected river system, and we know that we're facing hotter and drier times, and as you mentioned earlier, potentially a 30% reduction in river inflows. So we all know that we've got to make every single drop count. Now, one of the things that seems to work against this sort of collaborative endeavour is the National Water Initiative is underpinned by a philosophy of it's a good thing if water flows to the highest value crop. Now, that works against this collaborative intent. And I just wondered, there's this tension between trying to get to the goal of making every drop count so that we get the best value proposition and the best outcomes for the environment, for the economy and for our people and our communities, yet we're prepared to have a market that is just left up to chance. How do we reconcile that tension and come together to make this? It's a hard conversation to have, but isn't it time to really have that hard conversation?
It's a very complex question, and I think if you were designing a water market from scratch, there's a number of decisions that you would make differently to what happened. I'm expecting to receive the final report on the reforms needed to the national water market, I think at the end of this month, and then I'll make public a government response to that. But I do understand the concerns that many have expressed about the highly speculative treatment of water as a resource. And I mean, I'm not going to preempt what's in, the information I expect to receive and the government response to that. But I guess the best thing I can say is I've been listening very carefully to the concerns that people have.
Mayor Craig Davies from Narromine.
Thanks for being here, Minister. It's great to see you again. We really appreciate the manner in which you're approaching all of this. It's certainly a tough gig. I don't want to put you on the spot. Do you have any idea?
You're the first person today that doesn't want to put me on the spot, so...
I'm trying to be different. Have you any idea where the 450 gigs may come from? And when is the likely ministerial council meeting to be held next?
Well, I can answer the second part very easily. 12th of October will be the Water Ministers' meeting. The 450, yeah, I mean, look, there are some projects that we're already looking at. We're being approached by proponents of different things that would deliver on some of that 450. But I'm not going to pretend it's easy. It's going to be really difficult. This is going to be probably the toughest part of my job, and to do it in a way that takes account of all of the different demands on the river system. I am very conscious of trying to balance those demands. What I'm not prepared to do is give up on the objective. We've got to find a way there. We've promised to do it. We're going to find a way of delivering on that promise. Yeah, you're right. It's not going to be easy.
Next question comes from Sally from Federation Council.
Thank you for your delivery, Minister Plibersek. I've got a bit of a different question. I come from a education background, and I'm very interested to hear about what your thoughts are about the younger generations coming through, and what opportunities there are to engage students from preschool up to university in this conversation about how we're going to go forward into the future, not just for the next 10 years, but for the next 50 years. A lot of the people making these decisions are in a much older age bracket, and just wondering what your thoughts are about how we can engage the younger generation.
I think they're engaging us. My experience of young people is that they know that it's their planet, and that if we, my generation, aren't looking after it, that they're going to inherit a degraded environment. In most families I know, it's the kids nagging the parents on the recycling and shorter showers and all the things that you can do around the home. I think the really great opportunity there, if you've got these young people growing up interested in the environment, is actually channeling some of that into the sort of work they decide to do as they grow older. We have incredible shortages in a whole, like regional planning, town planning, engineering, hydrology, science. Like we actually, if you've got a teenager at home today, there is a pathway for them in science, agriculture, water, really good jobs in regional communities. Western Australia, they're looking at trying to get regional environmental assessors from places like Singapore because they can't find enough people. So I don't think the challenge is getting the kids interested. I think the challenge is turning that into job opportunities, because those job opportunities are right across Australia. Great jobs going begging already at the moment.
Next question comes from Peter Waterman.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Minister, for being here with us. It's a great pleasure. I put this same question to the panel yesterday with your shadow representative in the water space. The Water Act of 2007 empowers the plan, the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, to meet critical human water needs. And in that critical human water needs is domestic supply. And the point I made yesterday to all is that domestic supply across the basin is coming through the states, through local government, through scheme water. And that is to be ensured to be adequate and safe. But across the basin, this 1 million square kilometres, as you say, the 29th largest country, there are people who are living there not on scheme water. There are people there who pay rates. There are people there who are living at health risk because there is no monitoring of the water, there's no medical evaluation of what illnesses from poor water is occurring across this area. So, Minister, I ask, what role do you see yourself and the Commonwealth to overcome this ethical and moral dilemma?
Thank you. That's an excellent question, and it is one I've given some thought to. It relates to what I said earlier about changing some of the investment rules for some of the we are, as a federal government, committed to investigating and potentially funding in partnership with states and territories some really significant water infrastructure projects over coming years, making sure that we also consider particularly rural and remote communities when we're making assessments about water projects, and their ability to have safe drinking water is something that I see as a change from the previous government. I am so shocked that you're talking about communities across the Murray-Darling Basin. Yes, there are communities that struggle to get decent drinking water supply. Northern Tasmania, there's water everywhere. And there's towns where they're told 3 months of the year that they've got to boil their drinking water. You know, it's actually not availability, it's water quality. We know that throughout, and they're like sizable, communities. They're not tiny, like remote communities of 30 homes in the middle of the Northern Territory. We've got people who can't stay in their home communities in more remote locations because the water quality is so bad that they can't have the medical treatment that they need in their local communities. This is a really significant challenge. We are a wealthy country. If you said to the average person in the middle of one of our capital cities that there are, sizable towns where it's not safe to drink the drinking water, they wouldn't believe you. We have to change that.
Minister, you've been very generous with your time. I think it was a perfect segue from Andrew McConville this morning and Troy Grant. You've given us an insight into the future. On behalf of the Murray-Darling Association, we're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
That brings us to lunchtime. So again, we've had a great morning. Thank you again to our speakers, to Andrew, to Troy, and to Tanya. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. See you at 1 o'clock. Welcome back. Haven't we had a great day so far? We've heard some great presentations, but we still have more to go. The next session is on water stewardship, local government, and water challenges in the Murray-Darling Basin. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Rod Knight, who's the CEO of Water Stewardship Asia Pacific, a member-based non-profit organisation that fosters and promotes adoption of good water management through water stewardship. Rod has 35 years' experience in environment and sustainability, including in the areas of environmental planning, local government, scientific research, audit, certification systems, advocacy, business transformation, and not-for-profits. He has operated a small consulting business since the early 1990s and was CEO of Landcare Tasmania for 5 years before joining Water Stewardship in late 2021. Please join me in welcoming Rod Knight to the stage.
Thanks, Mark, and look, thank you very much to everyone for the opportunity to speak to your conference today. I thought I might start with a little story about my first experiences in the Murray-Darling. So back in 1982, 1983, in my first real job out of school, I was working for the Water Resources Commission in New South Wales doing hydrographic work, measuring river flows in the Hunter Valley in New South Wales. It was a pretty severe drought, and the biggest storage in the valley was down to something like 8 or 12% of capacity. Less than a few months later, I was bundled onto a plane, the first time I'd flown in my life, and sent to Western New South Wales to do flood measurements in the Darling. The drought had broken. Every day for a month, measuring volumes of water that I had hitherto only been able to imagine. Wilcannia, Menindee, Wentworth, repeat. I have a fond memory of one quiet afternoon in Wilcannia taking our tinny for a row through the local caravan park. It was quite a surreal experience. So that was my first experience in the Murray-Darling. 9 years later, I was back in the same area, this time in the lakes and wetlands in the Paroo system doing flora and fauna surveys. Drought had returned, so much so that many graziers had simply locked up and gone away to wait it out till it was over. The water in Peary Lake had become so low and unsuitable for aquatic life that vast tonnes of carp, and with that whatever other native aquatic life was still alive, had died and washed up on whichever shore of the lake the wind had taken them. And I can't begin to describe the smell of that situation, but it was not pleasant. So those were my initial introductions to Murray-Darling, drought and flood. And given that we've spent so much time talking about water here today, the obvious thing to complete the picture is the times in between those, which I'll refer to the good times. The basin's traditional owners, the First Nations Aboriginal people, lived with this cycle for tens of thousands of years. And the more recent arrivals developed it into one of the most important socio-economic systems in Australia. And when it comes to water, much of this was done by capturing the water of the floods and the wet years and using it in a production sense to extend those good times into what would otherwise be periods of drought, be that seasonal or interannual. This occurred more so in the south with high levels of regulation and infrastructure, but increasingly so in the north. And that strategy has been spectacularly successful. But as we've heard from a number of speakers today and elsewhere, there are some good things happening in the environment in the basin, but also some things that aren't okay. The State of the Environment report has highlighted the effects of over-allocation and drought on the environment, with much of the Murray-Darling now in poor condition. And concerns have been raised that the Basin Plan, the instrument designed to balance the competing demands for water for business, communities, traditional owners and the environment, isn't fully delivering on expectations. Let's also throw in the impacts of climate change, which we have heard a little bit about. Models predict water availability in the basin to decline by anything from 10 to 30%, and I think we are currently tracking closer towards the 30% decline, so we have an interesting thing. The important thing to remember about that is those figures are best guess averages. And what any scientist will tell you about climate change is that it's not about averages, It's about extremes and increased variability, more frequent and long droughts, and more intensity in rainfall when it does come. It also means less predictability. I don't think anyone would have predicted that we'd be going into our third La Nina season in a row. This is the first time since 1950 that it's happened. And all this means is that the good times for water, the times when economic production can thrive, will likely be shorter unless we can get smarter. And I'm sure this is no surprise to most people in the room, but that's the water challenge for the Murray-Darling. Next slide. Which brings me to the real subject of this talk, the role water stewardship can play in improving basin outcomes. Addressing the difficult water challenges in the area will require a range of tools and strategies. There is no one-size-fits-all. Some will be regulatory, some will be incentives and innovation and technology, others will be voluntary, and and it will include things that we haven't even thought of yet. What's clear from our perspective, looking at this through a water stewardship lens, is that more stakeholders will need to own the idea that this is a catchment, and a big one at that, to recognise that the challenges are shared and that collaboration will be needed to effect further positive change at the catchment scale. So what's water stewardship, and how does that fit in to this potentially nation-defining task, and what do stakeholders like local government play? And I'll try and focus on that for the rest of this talk. So water stewardship, quite simply, in very simple terms, is use of water that's socially and culturally equitable, that's environmentally sustainable, it's economically beneficial, but more importantly, it's delivered through socially inclusive and culturally appropriate processes, and it achieves and considers outcomes at both local and catchment scales. So that's basically what water stewardship is. And those things, those principles are designed to deliver good water outcomes, which are way more than just simple water efficiency measures. And I'll just run through those. They're on the bottom of the outcomes of those little graphics on the bottom of the slide on the screen. First one is good water governance, which we actually haven't heard a lot talked about at this conference. Businesses, not-for-profits and some local governments all know the perils of failing at the governance level. It's why we have things like the Company Directors Course, and why both investors and regulators are increasingly pushing for stronger governance around a whole raft of sustainability issues. In the water stewardship system, it involves ensuring that where water is a significant issue, it is identified at the top level of management within the organisation, and that it filters down through the organisation's operations, through plans and particularly lines of accountability. Second good outcome is sustainable water balance. Quite simply, you can't use what you don't have. It applies at local scales, or at the catchment scale. It means ensuring that use has no long-term impact on the natural environment and legitimate water users. And I'm sure there's probably a range of views about what legitimate water users are, but that's how we look at it. Healthy water quality is obviously another important outcome. There's no point in having plenty of water if you can't use it for what it's needed, whether that's for a business, households, or maintaining the environment. Important water-related areas is another important outcome in the water stewardship system. These are features of high value to humans or nature from an environmental, community or cultural perspective. The basin contains many features of local significance, local, regional, national and international significance, but they are also part of the ecosystem services provided by nature that support economic activity. And finally, the acronym that we use all the time, WASH, Water for Sanitation and Hygiene, or more correctly, Safe Water for Sanitation and Hygiene. This is about ensuring that the basic human water needs and rights related to safe and sufficient water for drinking, food preparation and washing are met. As we've heard today, there's quite a few places in the basin where even that basic condition is not available to local communities, and I find it a very interesting one, given that that is one of the 17 principles in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So for a developed country like ours, not to actually have that in place in important areas is something we need to put some attention to. I think I might have gone one too far there. So I have a little bit of history about where water stewardship has come from. So the concept of water stewardship originated in Australia, not overseas, in response to the Millennium Drought. It led to the development of the International Water Stewardship Standard, which was actually tested not far from here at the Tatura milk processing plant in the Goulburn-Broken Valley. The standard, although it's international, is designed to be able to be used by any water-using site anywhere in the world. It's not a technical standard, it's a very community-based collaborative standard. Water Stewardship Australia, our official name, formed in around 2010, and we led the development and adoption of water stewardship as a global system to drive good water management. Globally, there are now over 250 sites that have been certified against the Water Stewardship Standard, and the concept has been recognised in international ESG reporting frameworks such as the CEO Water Mandate and the CDG Water Initiative. And if there's time, towards the end of this talk, I might come back and talk about that a little later, because it is a big driver, a big unknown. So let's actually have a little look about how this is manifested in Australia and what it might mean for collaborative action in the basin. Now I am on the right slide. So the first site to be water stewardship certified in Australia was Ingham's Poultry Processing Plant at Somerville, close to Western Port Bay, east of Melbourne. I'm a qualified lead auditor, and I was actually on the audit team for the audit of that one. The Ingham site became the second site in the world to be, certified, and the first site globally to achieve gold level certification. There was a lot that went on inside that plant in relation to the way water was managed, in particularly about reducing the risks to the security of the water supply to that site during drought. But it also involved working with local community organisations to address water issues within the local catchment, which drains into the Western Port Marine National Park, a UNESCO-listed biosphere reserve. So that was a community initiative sitting alongside a company initiative designed to increase its security of its water supply. Now, I'll say a little bit about Renmark Irrigation Trust, and I know they were talked about at the last conference, so I'll try to be brief, but I want to use it as an illustration of a couple of points. In 2018, Renmark Irrigation Trust became the world's first agricultural irrigation scheme to be certified, also achieving gold level certification. There's a few things about the Renmark story that are relevant, so I'll go into them in a little bit more detail, and it's beyond the technical side of things. First thing is that, which is technical, is that Renmark's a piped water system. I think you probably already know that, delivering water at 98% efficiency to around 600 irrigators and around 5,000 hectares of land. One of the big things that stood out in the State of the Environment report was that around 80% of what basin water is used for agriculture, so it's very important to gain what we can. And there has been some work in the basin on converting channel-based irrigation schemes to pipes, but it may not be feasible to do this everywhere. And so I thought I might illustrate a little bit of an example of one thing I found recently from California, which might put a slightly different perspective on this particular challenge. In California, they've been investigating, as has happened elsewhere, putting solar panels over irrigation channels. Nothing new in that, reducing evaporation, increasing water quality and generating power without competing with other land uses. That's quite a significant factor. But the most significant finding from this particular study in California was that if fully implemented, i.e. if all the irrigation channels in California were covered with solar cells, it would produce half the energy required to decarbonise the state by 2030. Now let's put that in context. If California was a country, it would be the 5th biggest economy in the world, behind Germany and ahead of India. That's a hell of a lot of decarbonisation with an associated water impact. So just an aside, I just thought when David mentioned that yesterday, I just thought I'd throw that one in as a little bit of a thinking point. So back to Renmark Irrigation Trust. The important thing is the positive role it's playing in delivering water to the environment. There's local community initiatives involved to rehabilitate floodplains, and it was also the first public-private partnership with the Commonwealth Holder of Environmental Water, and to date has delivered 2.19 gigalitres of water to the environment since 2016. On that same slide that's up in front of you is a quote from the then chairman of RIT, Peter Duggan, who described the impacts of the Millennium Drought. And I'll just read it out because I think it's important. And many of you in this room will probably share this experience as well. Every grower in the Riverland was hurting. There was simply not enough water available to keep our businesses and families alive. Kids were going to school without breakfast. The Millennium Drought, it forced us to review our sustainability and viability of the trust. We had to lift our game. And we can all be assured that a drought of that intensity will be back at some point. So lift their game they did, achieving Gold Water Stewardship certification in 2018 and shifting up to platinum level in 2020 in another first, the first irrigation scheme globally to achieve that level. In the same area, Renmark Baringa Council has also led the way, becoming the first local government authority in the world to become Water Stewardship certified and doing so at gold level. Thank you. Development of a water stewardship plan provided council with a way to achieve the goal of gaining recognition for its stewardship of water resources in a transparent, rigorous and stakeholder inclusive way. But it was also tied to delivering on the organisation's corporate plan, which is actually core business for local government. And what makes these developments at Renmark significant and relevant for the audience here today is they weren't just about water efficiency. They were about cultural change in the organisations in which they took place. That's the next slide. Yep. So again, just going back to a quote from RIT, water stewardship is a tool that breaks down the water tensions between the states and within communities and can build water resilience and a community-owned vision for the Murray-Darling Basin and indeed the nation. Well, I think we'd all like that. And there's been a number of spin-off effects of from the certification of both RIT and local council, in that we're now engaged in a project with Woolworths, looking at water use within its store, within its Renmark store, and that will be identifying how they use water and where efficiencies can be gained. Now, that a single store may not seem like a lot, but let's remember Woolworths have 1,000 stores, or close on 1,000 stores in this country, so collectively that can be quite a lot of water. And things will get quite interesting when and if the conversation starts to talk about building resilience for them as a business under drought, when they start looking at how the water that is embedded in their suppliers, i.e. a lot of the products that some people in this room and many people in the basin produce, is actually accounted for, and particularly if global trends towards better, more transparent and more accountable reporting of environment, sustainability and governance reporting actually takes place. For big firms, this is big and it's coming, and it could make the entire discussion about compliance and regulation in the basin seem like a shy show. If the buyers start to make big changes, we're in a different game. So the challenge really is how to replicate these types of initiative at a scale that will make a difference in the basin. One way we as an organisation are doing this is to approach working collaboratively with councils and other stakeholders to foster water stewardship in their communities. We've recently been funded through the Goulburn Broken Catchment Management Authority to start developing a network of water stewards focused on the Strathbogie area, which we will be doing so in partnership with the Strathbogie Shire Council. As part of that project, we'll be taking local businesses and organisations, including some water-intensive units within council's operations, like sale yards, through a water stewardship, a water roadmap workshop. That workshop will provide them with a snapshot of water management and performance against 23 indicators and provide the starting point from which plans and priorities to improve water management can be developed. And as I mentioned previously, as well as not being about just about water efficiency or just about being feel good, most businesses who actually engage in water stewardship achieve cost savings through better use of water and they often think of things that are outside the square that weren't previously on their radar to achieve further gains. And I'll illustrate that with a little point from Ingham's poultry processing plant at Edinburgh Parks outside of Adelaide, which I believe ultimately gets its water from the basin. Now, that plant has also been recognised recently for its water stewardship, and it's been certified. And one of the important things is that water stewardship, because it is designed to be embedded throughout the organisation, is it encourages you to think about how water is used within the operations. In this case, water was being used to cool the oven door seals. Now, I don't know what the oven door seals in an oven in a chicken poultry processing plant do, but apparently they were using water to cool them. And then somebody decided that they'd come up with a really novel and unthought of thing and asked, well, why? Why are we using water to do that? And so, as part of their efforts in water stewardship to reduce their water use, they investigated the why of this. They had discussions with the manufacturers of the ovens, and they discovered that in fact the water wasn't actually needed to cool the oven door seals at all. And so straight up they achieved a saving of 5.7 million litres of water annually, which is not bad. Another area of local government water stewardship another area of local government water stewardship that we're working on is developing and supporting local projects and initiatives. So in the Strathbogie project I just mentioned, we'll also be engaging with a project called the Greening Euroa initiative. It's seeking to increase the quality of wastewater processing from grade C to grade B, whatever that means, so it can be used to maintain the towns, parks and gardens during drought. Now, anyone who's ever lived through severe droughts will know that these things can actually be quite confronting, and they do impact people's mental health, and so this can actually be quite an important social outcome. But the important thing about this project is it's been developed as a collaboration between the council, the CMA, the Water Authority, local schools and community groups. That's the ownership issue that I mentioned in relation to RIT, and you'll find it right throughout the whole water stewardship system. Ownership of shared water challenges is fundamental. So the big challenge, as I see it, is to increase uptake of water stewardship in the basin and to foster and develop the collaborations that are needed to deliver outcomes. I won't say too much on this slide because you'll be hearing more from it recently, but one of our recent initiatives has been to become a partner with the One Basin CRC, and Mike will obviously talk about that, but our objective in being part of that project is to work with One Basin partners and stakeholders, i.e. collaboratively, to explore and develop water stewardship as one of the range of strategies and tools that's going to be needed to improve social, environmental, economic and cultural outcomes within the basin. For us, local government is one of the critical stakeholders, and it's pleasing that in the One Basin CRC, a number of local councils and also a number of local government bodies, including the Murray-Darling Association, have actually partnered with that, and I think that's going to be a very exciting project over a number of years, and hopefully will be a big contributor to big improvements in the basin. Another area where we're working is to expand the range of options for achieving water stewardship. Historically, we've focused on certification, but we're about to launch a new Water Stewards Verification Program. It's a tiered program that a business or organisation can step through over a period of 2 to 3 years. It's designed to have significantly reduced audit intensity and associated costs compared to certification, and also will provide a new system of off-product promotional claims and, importantly, on-product labelling for those businesses who become fully certified under the Water Stewards Program. This is one of the bits of feedback we've received consistently from businesses, is they actually want recognition, and they want that to actually form part of how they market their businesses and how their products are seen when they actually get to the shelves. One of the important changes we're introducing with this program is giving members of it access to our catchment analysis and risk assessment. The catchment analysis is a critical part of the requirements of the Water Stewardship Standard, and it's often the one that most businesses have most trouble with. So we're actually taking on that responsibility in order to increase uptake. As I mentioned in the start of this talk, and a couple of times otherwise, a range of approaches will be needed to ensure that the basin can continue to become the vibrant economic powerhouse it is, while ensuring that the water needs of the environment, communities and local owners are met. What we really need in the Murray-Darling Basin is an accelerator program to build collaboration to deliver at scale and at timelines that will make it most effective. I think we heard a few people talking today about, how long will it take to deliver 450 gigalitres of water. On a range of issues, we need to move quicker on some of these challenges in the basin. So, yes, probably two things that are needed. The first one is building capacity in the basin. That means working within communities to identify key drivers and to build the knowledge, the skills to actually assess and work out how to work with others to address their water stewardship. I call that, one of the themes of this conference is about infrastructure and building capacity of social infrastructure. The second area is about providing incentives to drive entry and uptake into water stewardship. That can be in the form of things like subsidies, of verification and audit costs. And to put that in context, in China, some of the regional governments have provided direct cash payments to businesses to support that, and the country now has more than 10% of sites certified globally. Adding that into the mix of the basin, future initiatives for the basin is one of our priorities. And I'm happy to talk to anyone who wants to talk about it. So that's probably an appropriate point for me to end. I hope I've given you some insight into how we see the basin, how the system that we operate works, and how stakeholders like local government fit into it. And I'll just finish up on a little quote, which I think is really quite important. We've heard a number of times about climate change. This is a quote from the chief of the water sector group, a little organisation called the Asian Development Bank, which is actually trying to improve the life, using financial initiatives to improve the life of people in 38 countries. Not so little at all. And the chief of that group simply says, water is the primary medium through which we feel the impacts of climate change. And we're already feeling that in the basin, so I think our challenge is to collectively and collaboratively respond to it and move forward. Thank you.
I don't think we really got time for questions unless there's one quick burning question. Otherwise, I'd ask you to catch up with Rod during the break and have a chat to him. I think the question I wanted to ask was about accreditation. I think I'd really like to know more about what that looks like. What do you have to do to be accredited to actually get that certification? So maybe we'll chat during the break. Thank you, Rod. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Yvette Myhill. I haven't had the fortune. Thank you, Yvette. Would you like to join me on stage? Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. We talked about last night. We were fortunate enough to get a history lesson on Albury and some of the Murray River, but it's now my great pleasure to introduce Yvette as the GM of Destination Riverina Murray. Yvette Myhill is the General Manager of Destination Riverina Murray, one of 7 destination networks established by Destination New South Wales, the New South Wales State Government Department for Tourism and Events. Destination Riverina Murray supports 22 LGAs, including all of New South Wales LGAs along the Murray and the Murrumbidgee rivers and waterways, and has offices in Wagga and Barham. Yvette lives on the river near Barham and works closely with tourism operators, councils, cross-border stakeholders who work on or near the river and waterways every day. She's held management roles at local and state government and with national peak bodies prior to commencing with Destination Riverina Murray. In 2020, she participated in the MDA Basin Communities Leadership Program and currently sits on the VMFRP Guttram-Benwell Stakeholder Advisory Committee. Please join me in welcoming Yvette. Thank you.
I think I don't need to do my introduction now. It's already done for me, so that's very nice. Thank you very much. I assume the first slide is up and you can see that. I'd just like to, I guess, explain a little bit more about Destination Riverina Murray and what we do. We work with the other destination networks across New South Wales and also with our Victorian counterpart, Murray Regional Tourism. And we work across all businesses that touch with the visitor economy, and obviously that's a really significant part of what we do with the councils, the waterways, and kind of everything that touches with that. Water is a really big and significant environmental driver, economic driver for visitation along the Murray and the whole Murray-Darling Basin. I'll switch to the next slide. So the figure that you would have seen, the MDBA figure, is that tourism provides $11 billion in spend annually across the basin region. So that's not insignificant. I think agriculture value is $22 billion, so it really is up there in terms of the economic benefits to communities. For the Murray region in particular, so that's the area that I work in, that's across the New South Wales and Victorian border, the figure is $3 billion just across the Murray. So that's the equivalent of about 6.5 million visitors a year. So we talk about the 2.8 million people who reside in the Murray-Darling Basin region, so 6.5 just in the Murray visiting every year. It's a significant number of people, and they all need water, and they're using water, and they're interacting with the water in the system. Here's a slide which talks about the reasons people are coming to the Murray in particular. As you can see in those primary strengths, a lot of them are water related. So you've got water sports, you've got fishing, houseboats, river cruising, festivals and events. So that includes things like the Southern 80 at Chukamoama, and they're really key to visitation and who we're seeing coming and staying with us and spending in our region. There's a lot of opportunity, I think, with tourism and interaction with visitors and with water and how we connect those two things together. I think the biggest opportunity is within education. I think particularly post-COVID, visitors are really wanting to know more about the places they're visiting. They want to interact with the community. And I've listed a couple of things here which I guess kind of cover off on the things that we're hearing from visitors that they want to know more about. So with the wetlands, that's the Ramsar listed wetlands that we have across the basin region. There's the migratory birds, there's the plants and ecosystems that with all the riverine areas and the wetlands that are there, and the cultural links connected to the wetlands. So I don't know if any of you have seen the study that has been done on Polack Swamp, which is close to where I am in Barham, and they've identified the middens that were around the original circumference of the wetland as it was originally, and there's hundreds of Aboriginal middens that kind of circulate that whole original wetland area. So there's a whole bunch of information like that visitors, I mean the community is interested in, but visitors are particularly interested in. They want to know more about where they are and the story of water linked to that. There's the wildlife. We obviously here on the Murray have the Murray cray, the Murray cod, the golden perch. There's great information that's available about that people don't know about. They don't understand why the season's closed from September to December. They don't understand the background about the cod, how old they can be, and why we protect them, and the special waterways that we have where they live. Cultural water use, I spoke about briefly with wetlands, but the fish traps, the shellfish middens, the canoe trees, scar trees, ring trees, they're often in areas where the water is, and they're finding that those stories aren't necessarily I guess, being told by the local Aboriginal people. They sometimes don't have ownership of their own stories, but visitors are really curious. So there's some work that we need to do in understanding those stories ourselves and how we respectfully tell those stories. The river regulation. So that's a lot of you in the room are very heavily involved in that. It's really interesting, the locks, the weirs, the dams, how the river is regulated, how the water flows. Visitors really want to hear about that. That also leads into irrigation and water use. There's fascinating stories about irrigation, the Murrumbidgee irrigation area. There's visitor opportunities there at the moment. There's tours that go out there talk about the old irrigation, the new irrigation, the innovation in irrigation these days, how rice doesn't need to be underwater the whole time anymore, how there's water savings in that space. So there's lots more that we can tell visitors. And the natural river cycles, why floods are important, why environmental watering is important. So that's all information that we have that we could share with the visitor. There's a lot more opportunity to leverage and grow the visitor economy and bring more money into our communities. One of those, I guess, opportunities is water sports, which was up on that first screen. There's a couple of images here. That's Jack from Lake Mulwala Sports Fishing. He goes out during cod season and takes people out commercial fishing for cod. He runs a great little business. If you haven't explored that, jump on board that one. And then Snowy Valleys, we've got fly fishing there. So there's tour operators that take people who want to learn about fly fishing and trout fishing out onto the Tumut River and they learn about that. So that's all a link point in with our water and an opportunity for us to educate. It's probably already been touched upon, but just some figures in terms of fishing. There's over 500,000 recreational fishers in the Murray-Darling Basin, and that supports 10,000 jobs, which is over $1 billion per year just from recreational fishing. So it's significant. Water sports I touched upon, I referenced the Southern 80. Obviously we've got a lot of canoeing opportunities, paddleboard opportunities. We're working on our boating infrastructure with moors and jetties. There's also a lot of opportunities to utilise the river whatever level it's at. So at the moment, obviously, it's high rivers and high access to high water levels across the river systems and the water systems. But if you're canoeing on Gumbower, it's a very different experience if you're canoeing there at the moment than if you're canoeing there when it's just the creek running through the Gumbower Creek. So there's an opportunity to support repeat visitation and get people coming back, and we're seeing that in the next slide with the wetlands there as well, returning to the wetlands at different points in the year and different points in the cycle, and being able to tell those stories is really important. That also connects in with camping, so that's another big opportunity along the river. Just in that section of the river around Cobram, Barooga, they have over 60,000 people that camp there every year, just in that little section. So they're all spending money in town, they're filling up at the service station, they're buying their beers at the local pub, they're shopping in town, they're filling their eskies. That's all money that goes back into the communities and keeps the communities strong. Here's just some trend data. One of the big kind of sectors of visitation in our region is visiting friends and relatives. So we know that people come, the biggest number of people that come to our communities are people that return and people who are visiting friends and relatives. This slide is from Murray Regional Tourism, as I said, my counterpart on the Victorian side, and they work in a true cross-border sense. We work closely with them. As we're seeing the population grow, we saw it growing before COVID, but it really ramped up post-COVID, and during COVID, we're around where I am, Cobram, Kahuna, all along that stretch, house prices increased by more than 50% in the year. We're seeing those tree changes. We know that that's happening. They're bringing their friends and relatives to visit with them. So the numbers of visitors are increasing. That's economic benefits that are increasing within our communities. So it all keeps coming about, and water is really the core to that. People are moving to the regions because of the lifestyle, and that's connected with the water. I'm going to speak a little bit about the current water situation, I guess, and the high levels of water that we're seeing. This is a snapshot from the River Deck in Albury. That's their Instagram account. They're currently entering into their 5th week of closure because of high water levels. They don't know when they're going to be able to reopen. They employ over 27 staff in the Albury region. They are currently just on hold. A lot of them are finding alternative opportunities because there's no guarantee of when they're going to be able to return to work. Given the current issues with getting staffing, particularly in the hospitality industry, that's a real risk to the operator in having to reopen without staff ready to go. This is obviously their key period, school holidays, spring and summer. That's when they get their most income. I spoke to Alex just before I jumped on the stage here. They're losing about $50,000 a week in revenue at the moment. That revenue goes back into paying staff, which they spend in the community. That revenue goes back into paying local suppliers that spend in the community. So there's a flow-on effect of the closures of businesses to do with the high water levels. And it's not just riverside cafes and restaurants, there's also riverside caravan parks. There's many that are affected, not just in the Murrumbidgee, all across the region at the moment. This is just we're getting a bit heavy with the flood conversations, and I've got more to come. So this was just Bob from Tokemall on the Murray. He's a Toke local, and he's been taking photos of the water levels. It's a great Instagram account just to see where things are at, and it was an interesting pic that he put up of people couldn't really walk their dogs, couldn't get out to the doggy bags with the dog walking. So he said, "Is it a doggy paddle?" So just a bit lighthearted there. The next example I have for you is the Beach Cafe in Thompson's Beach at Cobram Barooga. So many of you would be familiar with that location. That's where the National Beach Volleyball Championships are held every year. They recently kind of knocked Wagga out of the list of top beaches in Australia. Wagga was the inland beach in there. That's now Thompson's Beach. It's a beautiful spot. It's very much underwater at the moment. That cafe is closed and not certain when they can reopen. They're waiting for the water level to recede. There's 280 local staff hours per week that currently the staff in town aren't getting those staff hours with the cafe closed. They're being told that it could be closed until January. The national parks around there are all closed at the moment as well, and possibly looking into January as well. Once again, given we're school holidays and leading into spring-summer period, which is the peak period, that's a real impact on local business and local community. I'll keep talking while this video runs. This is a guy called Fred. He's a local of Cobram Barooga, and he took some drone footage just of the road into the Beach Cafe and what it's looking like there. So while we're watching that, I'll just give you a little bit of information about the Beach Volleyball Championships in 2021-22. This is an annual event that's held every year. It brings huge numbers of people to Thompson's Beach and to that area. It's a televised event and a national event. There was an unexpected release of water around that time, and just before the event was about to start, the organisers and the council got word that the water was coming, and they had, I think, about an hour. They had it all, the volleyball, I'm not sure what the sporting term is, but the field all set up ready to go, and they basically had to pull it all out. That had a really, I think those operators and the event organisers and even the council are still a bit traumatised by that. They just didn't get the notice that they needed. And things moved fast. I think going back to River Deck, Alex at River Deck was saying this morning, from the time the water is released from Lake Hume, he has 30 minutes before it hits his cafe. So it's really not a lot of time at all. The good side of that is that the messaging's getting better. So everyone that I've spoken to who has anything that's riverfront, they're saying they're getting some more advance notice. They're being consulted, they're engaged as the decisions are being made. So that's really positive. And I think if there's a key message I'd like to to go away with today, it's that the visitor economy is a really key and important part of keeping communities healthy and links with the water and how that fits together, and making sure there's consultation with the operators and the stakeholders in the visitor economy, I think is really key, because there's a huge flow-on effect. I'll keep flipping through, but that's a longer video. I'm happy to share it with anyone who wants to see more of that. So this is when the river was a little bit lower. There's the Emmyloo there at Echuca Moama. I think we're lucky that there's a big market for houseboats, river cruising, paddle steamers are really synonymous with the Murray River. But very difficult to run a cruising or houseboat business on this end of the Murray. It's near impossible, really, with the water as it comes down, the volume and the rate of the water. So every part of the river and the basin system is unique, and it's really understanding where the opportunities are and how we leverage them and how we tell the story. The Murray messaging, I think, is a little convoluted sometimes. We've obviously got a very, very vast region with the Murray-Darling Basin. When they talk about flooding in the Murray or even flooding in the Murrumbidgee, that could be affecting one town or one area and not others, but visitors are just getting that message of flooding. And there's a flow-on effect from that messaging. So really thinking about the wording, how we use the message, how we educate visitors as well as community. So it's not just the community resilience and community messaging, it's the visitor messaging and who's responsible for getting that message out, how we tell the story of where's safe, where's not, who's at risk, what they need to do, how they can prepare themselves. There is obviously ongoing impacts of water levels rising and falling. I think the 60,000 campers that I mentioned before, just in that one spot at Barmer, if we lose those, that's a huge impact on that local regional community. So really thinking about, okay, are we going to lose them? Can we relocate them? How do we manage them along the river? How do we get feedback from them and really make sure that the process is smooth, the communication's smooth? It's obviously not going away, and we need to be better at thinking about the visitor in the decisions that are being made. This is a beautiful photo from Murray-Darling Scenic Flights. They've just started a scenic flight business. Wendy McDonald took this photo. This is over Guinea and Yanga National Park. This is an opportunity, I think, that is not affected, well, it's not negatively affected by water levels, it's actually positively affected by water levels. So this photo is when there's a lot of water, it's beautiful, but it's also just as interesting from the air when there's not as much water and things are dry. The landscape really changes. They're telling the story of the river and the water system and the Murray-Darling system in a really unique and positive way, and people are really embracing it. They started their business less than a year ago. They've just been nominated for an Australian Aviation Award. They've been nominated in the Business New South Wales Murray Riverina Awards. They're really doing great things and telling the story in a really positive way. So we'd love to see more of that. I've only got a little bit longer, so I wanted to tell you about a program that we've recently run. We received some funding through the Murray-Darling Basin Economic Development Program, and we ran a program called the Digital Accelerator. And what we identified were that a lot of tourism businesses, when it was low or high water levels, their businesses were impacted, and they didn't really know how to utilise digital technology to make sure they were still building their brand and supporting what they were doing, or selling their product online, or recording videos and selling that experience online, and still providing that education while their physical business may have been closed. And we wanted to be able to help them tell the positive stories of the water and how we interact with the water as communities and how they can as visitors. So we worked with 51 businesses right across the Murray-Darling Basin, and we provided a digital health check to them. So we gave them a snapshot about where their business was at and where their opportunities for them were, and then we mentored them through that. So it was capacity building, but it was also resilience building for the hard times. If you'd like to know more about that program, happy to share more information with you. It was obviously successful because Destination New South Wales have just started running basically a carbon copy of this program across the whole state. So we would like to continue running it for the basin communities and intend to do so. That's it from me. Have I flicked back too quickly? I'm sticking around for a little bit longer, and I'll come and sit down in a minute if anybody has any questions. But I guess the takeaway from my side of things and from the visitor economy and what we're doing is that it's not a small part of what we do here. The visitor economy is really intrinsically linked with all elements of the Murray-Darling Basin. It's linked with agriculture, it's linked with environmental watering, it's linked with cultural uses, and there's huge potential for our economies, our regional and rural economies, and if we do this right and protect the water on an ongoing basis. So yeah, I look forward to being part of the conversation going forward. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about it.
Are there any questions you'd like to ask Yvette before she leaves the stage? I think you've wowed them. Yes, Peter, I'll get a microphone.
Peter Mansfield from Yarrawonga. To enter a forest along the Murray or the Murrumbidgee in New South Wales, you've got to book. Now, in Victoria, it's first in, best dressed, but in New South Wales, you've got to book. If you don't get it, you get fined.
Yeah, so there are registrations for...
Yeah.
No, so they're encouraging people to book. Some people are not yet booking, but they're trying to manage the numbers because there are huge numbers of people using those forests. It has been identified as a cross-border issue, so at the moment the cross-border commissioners on both sides, both James McTavish and Luke Wilson, are looking at those differing rules on both sides of the river. That extends to lighting fires on either side, having dogs allowed in the parks, having to pay, it's nominal registration fees, it's $6 a site or something. It's very small, but it's trying to get a sense of who's going to turn up and how do we service those people when they are turning up, and providing some kind of expectation for the communities. But you're right, it's different on either side of the border, and it doesn't really make sense that it's so different. You can look across the river and see people who are following a totally different set of rules to you. So it's on the radar. Hopefully there'll be a way that we can standardise that through the cross-border commissioners' offices.
Thank you, Peter, for the question. And Yvette, once again, please thank Yvette Myhill. Our next speaker is Professor Michael Stewardson, who's the CEO of One Basin CRC. Please join me in welcoming Professor Stewardson to the stage.
Thank you, Mark. I pay my respects to the traditional owners of this land and their elders past, present and emerging. It was 18 months ago that I spoke to the MDA conference in Wentworth about the One Basin CRC, and at the time we were waiting for an announcement on the outcome of the CRC bid, which was looming, and unfortunately the announcement was that it was unsuccessful. So we very quickly gathered our forces and talked to our partners and decided to resubmit a second bid for the One Basin CRC, and I'm pleased to say that that bid was successful. So we're now in a phase of establishing where we would have liked to have been a year ago, but that extra year has given us a chance to really sharpen our focus about what we want to do in this CRC and what kind of benefits we want to deliver. Now, for those who have never encountered a CRC before, and there may be some in the room, I'll just quickly explain what a CRC is. It's a cooperative research centre. This is a Commonwealth program. It's a granting program. The Commonwealth provides a grant which is more or less matched by industry and government partners who co-invest to address a national challenge for a particular industry and bring a research capability around that challenge. And the CRC gets established as a legal entity to manage those funds and to deliver the R&D program to tackle that challenge. In our case, the One Basin CRC. Good. So I'll move forward in the presentation. So our CRC, our vision is Australia's irrigation regions are the most productive, resilient and sustainable in the world. And we believe to achieve this, we need innovation-led productivity gains that are resilient with climate change, inclusive of traditional owners, and build in environmental stewardship. And we've started this work already, as I say. We were successfully announced in May this year, and we've begun working with our partners. And in that middle photo there, you can see, it's actually from earlier in the week, a meeting we had with our partners in Goondiwindi. And the two people down the front there are our two First Nations directors on our board, and there's various stakeholders around the table at that meeting. On the right, you can see another slide, the arrow diagram. That's from a presentation you're about to hear from Michael Pizzali from Murray Irrigation. And this is the kind of project that we're very keen to support, looking at different ways of delivering water that deliver environmental, economic and social benefits. The partnerships from across sectors, it brings together agriculture, water, technology, environmental sectors, working with community and government, and we've got a number of local government agencies on board as partners. We'd like to have more, which I'll come back to in just a minute, to realise three shared opportunities: to diversify economic opportunities, to build resilience of regional economies in the face of drying climates, transitioning irrigated agriculture for a drier future, and designing smart connected water infrastructure to maximise its ability to supply water to multiple water users. We've got a large number of partners, 90 partners in total, coming from across a broad range of sectors, and they're coming together with a single intent to work collaboratively around these challenges. So although we've got a large number of partners, there's a very common intent across that partnership. And we've tested that recently over the last 4 weeks as we've met with our partners in our regions, and that's very much the case. So a very large partnership base, that's the power of this CRC. The Commonwealth grant for the CRC was $50 million over 10 years. Our partners are bringing $35 million cash to the table, plus a further $50 million in kind over that 10-year period. So we've got a reasonably significant investment in the R&D program. We know there's a lot of other activity going on in this space, R&D projects which are tackling these challenges. And I've listed some of those initiatives up here on the board, and there's plenty of other work that's being done at the local, state and national level. And we're not trying to replicate that, and we're certainly looking to collaborate with those existing initiatives. And we know a lot of those, we have direct relationships with those initiatives through our partners. But there's some particular strengths of the One Basin CRC which gives it a certain power and a suitability for a particular set of challenges. Firstly, it's independent. We're an independent organisation with an independent board, incorporated science base. So we're well placed to communicate trusted science perspectives, particularly in these sort of contested areas around water policy. It's a broad public-private sector partnership, and this challenge around water and climate change, there's a shared responsibility across the public and private sector. So we can bring these together in addressing these challenges and get the right stakeholders around the table to work on shared opportunities. We've got longevity, so it's a 10-year program, and I guess it's small in relation to the 78 years of the MDA, but 10 years for an R&D initiative is a long time, and so it allows us to build up a head of steam. Well, firstly, to stop and think carefully about what we're going to work on, to build up a head of steam and actually follow through and see some of the work we do is implemented. And we're regionally based. We're going to have a lot of our work, in fact, we're committed to having 3/4 of our staff located in our regional offices, which I'll talk about in just a minute. which allows us to support that critical cross-sectoral, cross-organisational activity in regional settings. Now, the nub of the CRC, the One Basin CRC, is that we are, and this is based on the conversations we've had with our partners over the preparation of this CRC, is that we're tackling some key challenges which are holding us back, which are stopping us progressing with innovations, with adaptations, with adopting new technologies. And we're trying to accelerate this process of innovation. And our 3 programs tackle those 3 particular barriers, and I'll run through each of those 3 areas now. The first barrier that we've seen that we want to address is a disconnect between people who are developing new innovations and those people who will use them. And so what we're going to do is to have a strong co-design process where we bring practitioners right back at the start of the program to define the challenge, to work with the researchers and other providers to design the solution and deliver the solution, which will be practical and applicable on the ground. This is an example of one of those projects working with Murrumbidgee Irrigation, where we're looking at how they manage their storages in their water supply system and how to optimise that storage management to improve the quality of service delivery, decrease losses, improve efficiencies and resilience. The second challenge that we see is the uncertainty around the future with climate change, changes in policy, changes in markets. And we know that a significant investment is required to drive growth in the basin. Estimates are around $100 billion, but uncertainty undermines confidence for that investment. So we'll work with businesses, with regional communities, with government agencies and industries to provide the tools and the information to build confidence to make investment decisions, particularly around this uncertain climate futures. We know there's plenty of data and models around. We're not about providing more data and more models. What we want to do is to take the available information and support better decisions. And I guess for this group, it's around regional planning. How can we support regional planning activities to be aware of and sensitive to the risks with a changing climate? Then the final area that we've identified as a barrier is the disconnect between different industries, different sectors, along the innovation supply chain. So we want to bring partners together and leverage our partnership base to bring our partners together to tackle shared challenges. This is an example, sorry about the weird font that's happened there, where a group wants to look at use of brackish groundwater, desalination technology, applying that for irrigation. So we're bringing together agriculture sector, technology companies in the desalination space, energy companies, with NRM agencies and the government regulating bodies to think about what the risks and opportunities are with this approach. So we're starting from the ground up, identifying the opportunities from the start rather than the top-down solution. Our work is in the regions. This has been a commitment from us right from day one, and something I really believe in. It's based on my experience in establishing a regional innovation centre in Mildura, the Mallee Regional Innovation Centre. The real value of doing this work in regions. We've got we're going to have a regional hub in Loxton, in Mildura, Griffith, and Goondiwindi, and we've started the work of establishing those regional hubs. I'll talk a little bit about what those regional hubs look like in just a minute, but I also want to acknowledge there's plenty of gaps on this map and areas where we would like to see additional work and activity. Some of that will take place separate from the regional hubs as isolated projects, but we think there's a real opportunity to add additional regional hubs in some key areas, particularly in the Northern Basin. Obviously, it's a huge area, and having one hub in Goondiwindi is inadequate, and we fully accept that, and we'd like to see more regional hubs in the north and in the south of the basin, particularly in the sort of southern Riverina area and in the Goulburn Valley as well. We are limited by the budget we have available and the partnership we have in terms of how many hubs we can establish. We would like to see that grow, and sort of through support from partners and other groups across the region, we'd like to see the model that we're developing in these 4 hubs replicated elsewhere. Okay, so what is a regional hub? A regional hub is a small number of staff, researchers and PhD students. It could end up being about 8. It's not an army, but it's still a significant number, with a regional hub manager whose responsibility is for engaging with regional partners and managing the program in that region. Working in that region, doing demonstration sites, experimental research, engagement, education and training activities. The regional hub will be overseen by a regional advisory committee, and our commitment is that that regional advisory committee, made up of our partners in the region, it might be local government, for example, where there's a local government partner, chaired by an independent local person, no researchers and people from outside the region involved. They will have the chance to review our projects as they're developed and proposed and endorse or not those project proposals. And our commitment is projects have to have that endorsement, that regional endorsement, before they would get approved by our board. And that really guarantees that our projects will have that strong regional focus and be aligned with what the region believes is important. Okay, that photo is taken from a field trip at our Loxton event, regional hub meeting, probably 4 weeks ago now. But we've now had meetings across our four hubs. The one in Griffith was a couple of weeks ago. Andrew Hall, who's sitting over here from CSU, is our acting regional hub lead for that hub and organised that event. Okay, our board's been appointed. To the extent that that's of interest, we've got a very experienced board, and I'm very pleased to be able to work with this group. And we've also got a set of industry conveners, so people who want to be engaged with our hub, they can actually work through sort of leading practitioners from their industry to make a connection and work with us, and they'll have a role in brokering a relationship with these industries. I don't currently have an industry convener in that local government space. I'd really like to actually fill that gap, and I'm open to suggestions on how that might be done. We've got a set of quick start projects which have already been approved, developed by our partners during the bid phase, and we're now in a process of developing up our programs for the CRC. I'll very quickly go through how we're progressing the development of the CRC and how people can get involved, because I think there's an opportunity for anybody who's a member with the MDA to actually have a voice in this process. This is a chance to actually influence the R&D program that's being undertaken by the CRC. So we've got a 10-year period. It started on the 1st of July. We've now got a bank account. We haven't got any money in it yet, but hopefully that situation will be rectified shortly. Our quick start projects start from the 1st of January. We're in the process, this is the blue box, of planning our second round of projects, which will commence from the middle of next year. My biggest nervousness is it's quite a long time away. It's a year to get that second round of projects up and running, but it's really important that we take the time to design the right projects. I don't want to be looking back in a few years' time and thinking we rushed that process and we chose the wrong projects. So we're going to take the time, work with our stakeholders, and understand where the real needs lie and where the real opportunity is for this particular organisation to make a contribution to the challenges that we are all experiencing. Over that period, that 12-month period, we're going to go through a series of steps. Don't worry too much about the detail here, but it's a 3-step process. And the first step is the one I really want to focus on here. It's challenge identification. We're working with our partners to say, what are the challenges you would like the CRC to focus on? We've got an online portal where people can submit those challenges. We've got some guidelines around what challenges we're looking for, which I can quickly run through. But really, we're just encouraging people to submit anything they think might be relevant for the CRC, and we'll filter those. We don't make any promises, but we'll tackle all of those challenges. But we want to hear what people think is important, and I think this group is particularly well placed to identify challenges which are significant for your regional communities. So I would really encourage anybody, if you're going to do something in relation to the CRC, and I know you've probably all got very busy lives, is to get yourself or encourage staff within your organisations to contribute some challenges. So anybody who's a member with the Murray-Darling Association, because the Murray-Darling Association is also a partner with the CRC, is more than welcome to submit challenges directly or presumably through Mark as well to do that. Now we've got an online portal where those challenges can be submitted. I can provide that link to anybody. Mark's also got it as well, so he can communicate and pass that around to anybody as well. So just a matter of going, it'll only take 5 minutes to go online and submit that, and then we can follow up and talk to you about that going forward. But a challenge is a significant thing. So if we solve this challenge in a 3-year, we can tackle a big chunk of it in 3 years, and if we actually resolve it to some extent, it could be a meaningful gain for you or your stakeholders, your communities. Once we've identified those challenges, we'll go back to our partners and say, where do you want to work? Which challenges are the ones you want to work around? We'll narrow that down to a defined set of challenges that are tractable within our budget. Obviously, we've got constraints in terms of how much money we've got to spend. We'll look, other partners are welcome to join that stage and expand the scope of work. And then we'll look to work with our partners to develop up programs of work around those challenges. And all of it will be collaborative, transparent, regionally based. So this is right in your wheelhouse, if these regions are relevant for you. So that's the process we're going through. We haven't closed our doors on new partners. We've got a great partnership. We're happy with what we've got, but we have got capacity to take on new partners. For anyone who joins, the commitment we make is when you actually join, if you commit to invest something into the CRC, to co-invest in the CRC, we'll match that with funding from the grant in the areas that you see that you want to work in. So you'll see a one-to-one leverage on your investment. And we recognise that we're going to have partners investing and co-investing at a range of levels. And really, this is not me spruiking. We're actually quite comfortable with the partnership we've got. I'm just saying there is an opportunity, if there's additional people out there that would like to join, then they're welcome to come and talk to me about it. It will require some kind of contribution to the CRC. That's the way the CRC works. But we can talk about what's appropriate and how that delivers value back to your organisations, which I understand is critically important. Okay, and the numbers up there for Tier 1 and Tier 2 partners, they're significant amounts per year, but we've also got a Tier 3 level, which sits below that as well, which is smaller amounts per year. Okay, I think that's more or less it. If you're interested in knowing more or getting a link to the online portal for challenges, you can email us at admin@onebasin.com.au. Here's some of the team. This was in one of our partner forums. And that's really all I've got to say. And I hope I can come back, probably next year might be a bit too soon, but in a couple of years' time and talk about all the projects we've got underway.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Thanks, Michael. We do have time for a quick question if anyone wants to ask Professor Stewardson anything about the CRC. Yes, thank you. Can't quite see who it is, but
yeah, thank you. Peter Wright from Cowra, New South Wales, on the Lachlan, which is part of the Murray-Darling Basin, but hasn't been mentioned a lot this last day and a half. I agree with you with your hubs. You've got a hub in Goondiwindi, and the next one down's Griffith. There's a lot of area in between that irrigates that hasn't got a hub for develop advice and so forth. And I would suggest that the Lachlan area would be a suitable one. My concern, reading it through, you said that the CRC is generally independent and so forth for outcomes, but the partners who look to me of what I've seen are quite substantial businesses in private business, and they get input into what you're going to do, and then they get second go at it of what they might want to do. Where's the independence go? Are they just helping get research to develop their business model, or how are you going to get a benefit outcome to the basin, not just for their financial success?
Yeah, there's a couple of mechanisms we've put in place to ensure we're driving collective outcomes rather than just individual organisation outcomes. There's no doubt we'll be doing some research which will be small research projects which will be aimed at individual partners, but there's going to be substantial programs of work which will be collective. So the regional advisory committees, they have to have an independent chair who's not part of one of our Tier 1, Tier 2 partners. So that's one mechanism. and we'll get multiple partners sitting around the table on those regional advisory committees that endorse the work that we'll be doing. There's a number of prioritisation steps as the projects go up to the board that will actually have some transparent criteria around them for prioritising projects. We've got a partner forum in that process, which includes First Nations, for example, and a range of other voices on it. And then the board, none of the partners are on the board. So that's really what I mean by independent, is that the board members are independent of the partners, the skills-based board. But really, the basic answer is get involved and join up and be another voice. Our strength is more in the multiple voices that are part of the CRC and engaged. That's what will drive genuine shared outcomes, which would be my key response. And I would say the premise of the CRC has been this sort of opportunity for collaboration. And I've been a little bit nervous that we might show up once we get the things funded and started and find everybody kind of backs off to their corners and go, now I want my bit. But it's not happening. It's definitely not happening. The discussions we're having with individual industry groups in our regional forums, the light bulbs are going on, they're saying, the opportunity here is the one that I can't do anywhere else. It's actually working with the other industry sectors and with the community, with First Nations, on some of these bigger challenges that lie beyond my own responsibility, but I'm involved with. Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. I think we've got a question from Mayor Craig Davies.
Yeah, just a quick one. You're happy to engage with offshore proponents of projects?
From overseas, look, the key thing is we're trying to drive impact in Australia, to deliver value in Australia. Now, if the proponent is, if there's a solution that comes from offshore, which is the best solution as a benefit in Australia, then absolutely, why wouldn't we? There's particular risk management measures we need to put in place around IP protection for international partners, but that's fine, we've got processes for that. So, but look, our first preference is to work with Australian partners and drive benefits through Australian commercial partners, but if the best partner's overseas, we'll certainly go there. Yep.
And last question goes to Andrew Cassabaum from South Australia.
We're from Riverland, so there's Loxton's the hub. My question is, the challenge identification portal, I've never heard of that, and I don't believe it's been advertised that widely that it is open now, and it seems to be a very short window for identifying challenges. I understand then you've got to put all the research behind it and go through the process, but I would have thought that portal needed to be open for a bit longer to identify all the challenges in the current situation and into the future.
Yeah, we're keeping it open until mid-November, so there's still a couple of months when it'll be open. We're very happy to kind of have individual conversations with organisations that are interested in knowing more. We are relying on partners and networks to kind of be activated to submit challenges. It's very hard for us to kind of get to every single organisation. Certainly all our partners have received an email and about the challenges, and we're promoting them in our partner forums. But look, we are acutely aware of the importance of communication, and we are doing our absolute, working as hard as we possibly can to get the word out about everything we're doing. And that's not just about the challenges, it's about how we're working, who we're working with, what our priorities are. Oops, sorry. So I appreciate the reminder. I hope 2 months is enough to do a bit of work within organisations to think about those challenges. We're not going to, that's not the end of the story for the whole 10 years. We'll be coming back to this in cycles. But these are going to be defined at a fairly high level, and I think we're going to find that there's some commonality that emerges too across the partnership. So I hope that gives you some comfort. But, you know, if there's particular concerns, we can also look at, and they're widely held, we can look at changing the process. We're not locked in. We want the process to be right, not be stuck to a particular timetable.
Mike, thank you. Please join with me in thanking Professor Mike Stewardson.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mike. Really insightful to learn about the CRCs, the Cooperative Research Centres, and the work that you plan to do. Our penultimate presentation is on the Murray Reconnected Floodplains, Environment and Communities Working Together. I'd like to call to the stage Michael Pisasale, Murray Irrigation. Michael has environmental science and project management qualifications with a strong environment and irrigation farming background. He has extensive experience in water, natural resource and project management, working on a range of large programs for Murray Irrigation since 2000. Michael's roles with Murray Irrigation have included supervising Australia's largest integrated environmental program, the Murray Land and Water Management Plans, supervising the company's $100 million on-farm irrigation efficiency program, supervising the company's outlet modernisation consultation program, and has been company's customer accounts manager. More recently, Michael has taken on the role as the company's water policy and strategy manager, where the focus has been to provide constructive solutions to help the Murray Irrigation region recover from the impacts of previous water recovery. Today, you will hear more about one of these proposed solutions. Please join with me in welcoming Michael Pisasale.
Thank you, Mark, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to be delivering the last presentation of this conference. Are you excited? Excellent. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that I've come from Wamba Wamba and Parappa Parappa country. I'd also like to acknowledge an incredible 70 years service from Her Majesty the Queen. And I'd also like to acknowledge we've got 3 representatives here today from Murray Irrigation. We have our chair, Mr. Noel Baxter, our CEO, Mr. Ron McCalman, and our general manager, Stakeholder Relations, Ms. Gabrielle Cusack. So thanks, guys, for coming along. I picked up a comment earlier today from the Minister that if we work together and collaborate, we can make real progress on the health of the Murray-Darling Basin. Today, I'd like to outline a project that we've been working on that is really resonating with a broad range of stakeholders. So strap yourselves in. I'll be going through a few slides over the next 15 to 20 minutes. First, I'm going to talk a bit about the background and history of Murray Irrigation and some of our challenges, and then we'll dive into some of the aspects of the project. So a bit about our location. So we're located, you can clearly see here in the Southern Riverina, and the area covers about 724,000 hectares, right at the bottom there. The region stretches from Mulwala and Jerilderie to the east, all the way through to Denny, through to Warcool, across to Moolmean, to Barham further west. 2,755 kilometres of gravity-fed supply channels, so entirely gravity-fed, an incredible system that's been built. In terms of our history, the key catalyst of building this region and also the related storages was the Federation drought and an underlying urgency there of food security. Our system was built in the 30s and 40s by government, and as we mentioned earlier, it's entirely 100% gravity fed. So do many people know who knows about Lake Mulwala and Yarrawonga? Some of you guys have been there, no doubt, very familiar with it. So there's a weir that lifts the water up, lifts it up a number of metres, and it pushes both into Victoria and into New South Wales that feeds our system. So it's a pretty incredible system. The supply system supplies water to 2,124 land holdings, which are predominantly family farm businesses. In terms of our farming, our region you'd probably call your typical traditional annual agriculture with your staple foods. The big chunk of the water entitlements we have in our region are general security water entitlements. So what that means is, in quite dry conditions, we've been through periods where the allocation is 0. And anything multiplied by 0 is how much water? Nothing. So we do it pretty tough during dry periods. So we go from, we've been in periods of 0 allocation all the way through to quite wet periods like this year, where we're on 110%. So I guess in response to that, our farming systems are predominantly annual, and our farmers are really kind of in sync with the environment. When it's dry, we pull the belt in, less crops, less water. When it's wetter, more crops, when there's more water availability. So we do adjust our crops to match our variable water and climate and soil types. In terms of Murray irrigation, so you saw earlier that the region was built by government a number of years ago. In 1995, that's when Murray Irrigation was formed. We're an unlisted public company. Constitutionally, we're not for profit. So we have a company and corporate structure, but we're really a bit like you guys, that the fees that we charge is really just trying to recover our key costs. And that is really most of it staff, but also maintaining about $1 billion worth of infrastructure that we manage as well. So that's how we charge for our fees and prices. A few years ago, we've modernised our delivery system. So before then, every day about 30 people would drive up and down the whole system, adjusting regulators, adjusting outlets, death ridge wheels onto farming properties every day. Today, 2 people can sit behind a computer and control the whole thing. It's pretty incredible. So we've modernised about 2,000 irrigation outlets and about 1,200 regulators that all talk through one of Australia's largest telemetry networks as well. We've been through a few challenges, as you'll know. We're actually exhausted by just 20 years of water reform. In the 90s, our system on average delivered about 1,200 gigalitres. If you look at the last, say, 5-10 years of our system, on average it's about 600. So our water delivery has halved, yet we still have to look after all this infrastructure. We have concerns about increasing government fees. There are concerns about future water recovery, and that's also led to a decline in some local industries. So I guess in response to these challenges, I guess a key focus moving forward is a regional recovery perspective has been developed, and the focus is on 4 key projects. And you can see one of the projects at the top there, the Murray Reconnected Floodplains, but we're also looking at other aspects as well, such as our public bridges, a concept using solar power desalination. We've also got Australia's one of the largest subsurface drain schemes as well, west of Deniliquin, near Warcool. And also another project where we're looking at optimising our system. I'll touch on a little bit of that later as well. But we're here to learn about the first project, which is the Murray Reconnected Floodplains. Our system, if you think about what Murray Irrigation does, we specialise in getting water to somewhere. Yeah, we get water to our farmers exactly when they want it, exactly when they need it, at the right flow rate, at the right time. We specialise in getting water somewhere. Now, we've also been using these same principles, putting water onto environmental assets and helping with other delivery logistics that are related to the Murray. So with this project, we're proposing Australia's largest targeted environmental watering project using a supply network. We've got about 74,000 hectares of at-risk ecosystems that sit relatively quite high up in the floodplain. And what this project is intending to do is to connect up literally thousands of kilometres of riparian systems and rehabilitate many, many wetlands. To do that, we need about $200 million to do the on-ground works to achieve that. It's got a lot of community support. You can see there'll be lots of job creation with that. But importantly, the supply system is there, ready to go. So I guess when you look at this map, it's got a few interesting features. It's a pretty busy map for that exact purpose. A couple of things will stand out. You can see there's in the blue there, a pretty extensive supply network. Also, you see there in those lighter colours, there's a very extensive network of riparian systems as well. An incredibly exciting and interesting part of the country in terms of the complex geography and riparian systems. But you also can see those other blue dots there. Now, when the Murray Irrigation system was originally built, at the end of lots of channels, they built escape structures. So years ago, the old way of delivering water was to keep the channel chock-block full, and a bit of water would dribble out at the end of those escape structures. And that's what we call escapes. We've got about 170 of them. 69 of those actually deliver water straight back into ephemeral creeks. So we've got a number of escape structures that can put water straight into those ephemeral creek systems. So that's what those coloured dots are. They're coloured to represent different parts of riparian systems. For example, the Warcool, the Nema, the Tupple, or the Murray, or those things. So they're colour-coded to match the riparian system they connect to. The other thing you'll see on there is our telemetry network as well, which is pretty extensive, and that's those white dots with the towers. So for overlay, a bit of animation. I'm pretty impressed with my animation too, by the way. I did this. You can see here the Murray River. And there's a bit of a pickle here with the Barmah-Millewa Reach that's got some sedimentation issues emerging. So that's where the river goes from there. Where water enters the Murray irrigation system, you can see to the right of the graph there, it enters our system. At the start of the Mulwala, we've got capacity to deliver up to 9,000 megalitres a day at the Mulwala offtake. So we can divert up to 9,000 megs a day. And if you look at those arrows, our channel network can feed into those arrows and drop water straight back into all those natural watering points. Those rivers and creeks all connect up, and they all find their way back to the Murray River. So it's an interesting thing here, where not only are we looking at delivering environmental water to a lot of these creek systems, is anything else become more apparent to you guys? Exactly. It also happens to be at the same time can actually reduce pressure on the choke. So you hear figures with the choke, it was about 11,200 back in the 80s. Today it's about 9,200. In another 30 years' time, it may be less again. These same environmental assets can also help reduce pressure on the environmental choke by delivering water through them as well. Now, in a few slides' time, I'll touch on how we can actually work that to kick an environmental outcome as well. Also, when we add up the capacity of all our escapes, if we were to upgrade those escapes, we mentioned earlier we can take in about 9,000 megalitres a day. When we add up all the escapes, if we had to have the whole system running, it's about 6,000 megalitres a day of water can be delivered out as well. One of our escape structures we've upgraded, and thanks especially here with funding through the New South Wales government, is the Mascot escape. This is west of Deniliquin, and it drops water into the Jimringal Creek, as well as the Cochrane, and then it finds its way to the Nema, the Warcool, etc., and then it finds its way to the Murray. So we've got a bit of footage here. So this escape on one of our channel systems does 300 megalitres a day. So on your left there you can see what it looks like when there's nothing coming out of it. And I hope this works. Oh, whoops, they got them all going. Great. Kind of worked. The middle slide there shows the escape when we're cranking it up, which is probably only doing 10 or so megalitres per day. That's it there. So we can have the system shut in a few minutes' time. It can be doing a few megalitres a day. And give it about another 10 or 15 minutes, we can have 300 megalitres a day going out of that escape straight into that Ephemeral Creek system. Interestingly, that was actually one of the spots that Merv Hughes visited when he was doing one of his fishing shows last year, so we're looking forward to seeing that as well. We saw some big Murray cod in there. So I guess what it's mean is, with some of these creek systems, we've been able to transform them to, from relatively dry, stressed creek systems, because they do sit high in the landscape, into thriving ecosystems. So here we've got a picture of the Tupple Creek with a before photo. Previously, we could only get 40 megalitres a day combined with our escapes. And again, thanks to funding that the New South Wales Department found at the time, it's gone back a couple of years now, we can actually put up to 200 megalitres per day of environmental water into those escapes. And we are very much at the direction of the environmental water manager. So they'll say, yep, can you put 200 megs in for the month of September, ease it back to 80, ramp it up again, slow it down. So we make all that happen. So we'll just simulate an environmental watering event. We've got thousands of wetlands on farm. I was involved in one of the first wetlands watering initiatives based at Warcool a number of years ago, and we've been involved in lots of projects to date. So classic example, you've got a black box wetland here, and using the farmer's irrigation outlet that can do up to, for example, 30 megalitres per day, using the farmer's irrigation outlet, we can do the same thing with getting water onto private wetlands as well. One of the things that's worth interesting to note, a lot of you guys will look at that and go, oh, that's a picture of a regulator. Put your environmental hat on, it's actually one of the best water oxygenators we've got. We've got 1,200 regulating structures that typically deliver water over the top of them. They oxygenate the water every couple of kilometres. So in the 2016 flooding event, one of the biggest environmental worries then was the hypoxic blackwater event that emerged in our area, where the DO of the water dropped down to 0. When we put water through our channel systems, it's higher up at Lake Mulwala. Every few kilometres it actually oxygenates, so we can actually put water at a high DO level, typically in the area of 8 to 9 units, back through our escapes, back into these natural systems. So what the fish can actually then do, they'll sense that, and they'll literally hang behind that and breathe and stay alive until that hypoxic blackwater event's over. So we're involved in that, working with the environmental water managers during that period as well, using our scapes literally keep millions of fish alive. The other thing that's worth noting is when some of these ephemeral creek systems have been surveyed for fish populations, we found some pretty snazzy little fish species. The only way they could have got there is via our channel system. So we're also a native fish redistribution network as well. So I guess there's just trying to hide here. Just because it goes through an irrigation channel doesn't mean it's got to be treated. It's got lots of other merits as well that can be of high ecological benefit. We've also been working with these guys. This is the College and Workcool Rangers, part of the River Rangers program. We found these guys terrific. We've actually been working with these guys on this project. They are really excited and keen, and we see some really good opportunities with working with First Nations groups. So you can imagine thousands of wetlands being watered, thousands of kilometres of creeks all being watered as well. That's going to mean a lot of people out on country monitoring and looking at the ecological response from these initiatives. So we think there's a real opportunity to build capacities in this area. We want to touch on, again, this thing about water and water recovery. I guess the important thing here is, if you look at our channels, they sit really high in the landscape. In fact, they're the highest part in the landscape, and that was done very much deliberately. If you cut a slice for our system all the way back through to the Murray River, you'll see it sits quite low in the landscape. And really, trying to get water via the Murray to get it to some of these creek systems, you do need a large volume. So on the left-hand side there, you'll see the axis. The Murray's typically got to be flowing at between 50 to 70,000 megs a day just to get some flows starting with just some of those creek systems that we put water into. So that's interesting. Actually, we're witnessing this event unfold right now, and it's about right. So some of these creeks are only just starting to flow, but what you'll see is that a lot of the higher creeks and the wetlands won't get a drink. In the 2016 event, a few of them did, when the river was flowing at 180,000 megalitres per day. But as you'll know, those events are few and far between. So with our system, we can simulate an environmental event by putting in 20 megs or 50 megs a day or 100 megs a day into these creek systems, and we can adjust the flow rates. We can adjust then, hence the velocities of the water. So native fish that want to swim up against a flow rate, say less than 0.3 metres a second, that's a good thing for fish patches and those kind of things. So we can actually adjust these structures to maximise the environmental benefit. But you can see there's orders of magnitude in difference regarding the volumes required. We talked earlier about the observation made that these same natural systems also happen to be able to reduce pressure on the choke. And I guess that's where we're really keen on this other project, and we've been working closely with the Murray-Darling Basin on this. And this is the idea of what we call system optimisation and the narrative of intelligent use of water. Does anyone know, in a typical average allocation year, how much water has got to be delivered below the choke? It's about 4,000 gigs. So if you add up water for South Australia and the New South Wales and Victorian side, it's a large volume of water. We've normally got about 600 gigs capacity that we could potentially use to help reduce pressure on the choke. But what we can also do is use this concept where, again, we'll be directed by the environmental stakeholder, where we can use environmental water to effectively wet up these riparian systems. Then we can actually park that water on top of that. So that water that's intended for its end use it could be in South Australia or the lower part of the Murray, we can park that water on top of that environmental water. We know we can do it. We do it all the time. We have a conveyance licence and we park the farmer's water on top of it to get it through their outlet. So that's something that we've been working on as well. But what it means is all of a sudden, you've got 400 gigs of water that might have been designated to be extracted for horticulture or some other original intended use. On its journey, it's kicking an environmental goal. And that's a pretty significant thing as well. So it's about making the most out of that water as well. And finally, just a really big thanks to our stakeholders. We've been working a lot with the Environmental Water Managers, the MDBA, the CHU, Office of Environment Heritage, DITU, and local councils. And I really just want to say thanks to everyone we've been working on. We've had a lot of positive feedback. And thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Michael? Yes, Stephen, I'll get a microphone to you. One's coming from the back.
Thanks for your talk. When you're offering to move the water around the choke, wouldn't that be when your irrigators need the water at the same time during summer or a drier period? How would you manage to move both water and service your constituents?
Yeah. With our supply system, we mentioned earlier we can deliver up to 9,000 megs a day. Yes, you're right. During, say, the peak of January, there are periods where there can be also high irrigation demand. But what we're finding, there is also plenty of shelf space in our supply system as well. Sometimes we do get restrictions on what we call our smaller parts of our channels where the demand exceeds supply. But this whole idea is by using a number of escapes, sometimes we get pressure in different parts of the system. We can actually put water in other parts. It does happen very, very occasionally, but most of the time we can actually work around that. We've been delivering water to assist with the MDBA river ops for quite some time now. We currently use 4 escapes. This concept's really just expanding it to include a lot more other escapes, but linking in with the environment. There are periods where there is high demand, but for a large chunk of the time, there is available capacity.
Got a question from Andrew.
I commend your agency for trying to promote a positive out of what some people would call a negative with the open channel system, et cetera, At the Leeton AGM, one of the environmental projects you put forth was the waterbird recovery project for the bidden birds. Yep. How are my feathered friends going? Are they surviving, thriving, or going on the way of the dodo bird?
I'm a big fan of the bitten, but I think that's with RGA, that initiative, and I'm not as familiar with how that's going. I hope it's going well. We actually sponsored one of the birds a while ago. I think there's Neil Bull at the back there knows quite a lot about that. Yeah.
Last question goes to Peter.
Thank you, Michael. Great presentation. You obviously did this presentation to the Minister. How was it received?
We had a meeting earlier. It was a productive and valuable meeting. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Please join me in thanking Michael Pisasali. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's now my great pleasure to perform a task that happens at the end of every MDA conference. So it's my very great pleasure to announce the host of the 2023 MDA 79th Annual Conference is Murray Bridge. Could I call on Mayor Brenton Lewis and also Melissa, Chair of Region 6, to come out, please.
Thank you, Mark. I will let our Mayor accept that amazing inaugural historical trophy, and it means a lot to us. We're so excited to have you all in Region 6 next year, which is around about the same time next year. The conference itself will be held at Murray Bridge, and really want to thank the Murray Bridge team on the table, Heather and Stephen, who've particularly put a lot of work into the video that you're about to see that hopefully will get you excited about coming and seeing our region. And Carol over here, who will be also helping to coordinate the conference with Mark and his team. A couple of things about our region which is amazing is it's where the river meets the sea, but it spans through to Murray Bridge and then back down to Taraara, the Keith in the southeast, where there are channels, irrigation channels or drains that flow into the southern and northern lagoon. It's spectacular, the river and sea interaction. I live right in the middle of it, and it's just a diverse region with Ramsar wetlands, and we're very excited to see that it's renewed bird and fish recruitment in the area, and just really looking forward to showing you that. One of the things that we are offering is a tour through the Coorong National Park, and not very many people can do this tour because it crosses the barrages, and on one side is the sea and the other side is the river, so you can see that ecology as you drive through, and we'll make sure that we'll have people to interpret what you'll be seeing. We do a lot in our region as well, and we want to showcase some of that. We only use 8% of the total water in South Australia, so we want to showcase some of that, but we also want to showcase how important the flows are, and what we're still needing to do at the Murray Mouth to, in terms of the dredging. You'll see the significance of the barrages and the fact that we're concerned about those going to the future under climate change. But without much further ado, I just really wanted to show this video and then hand it over to Mayor Lewis to say a few more words. So if you wouldn't mind showing the video, and hopefully this will get you excited about our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A little video that we've only made very recently, trying to capture a little bit of what it is we can offer you when you come to our region, Region 6. I'd like to acknowledge my fellow councillor here in Airlie Keane. Where are you, Airlie? Put your hand up, there you go. Airlie's made the trip along with myself from a council perspective to represent us and exchange ideas and encourage you as much as we can to come and visit us at the 23 MDA conference. I'd also like to thank Melissa and the bigger region of Region 6, those other townships that could have easily have hosted a regional event, but they've been quite supportive and cooperative to make sure that our bid as Murray Bridge, when we put the bid in to run or host the event, was well supported locally. That's a great feeling. Thanks for your stewardship there, Melissa, and the support of those other communities within Region 6. Look, we're a growing place. We're growing fairly fast. We're growing at, between 2 and 4%. We had our major manufacturer, employer of 1,750 people, have their complete complex burned down in January 18. And for most villages, that kick in the guts would have finished us forever. In spite of that, in spite of COVID, we've continued to grow. So when you come and visit us, I think you'll pick up that sense of a region that, whilst it's got its challenges, it's also got spectacular outcomes. And down south, we're pretty laid back and relaxed, and it's a guarantee I'll give you here today that we've already started working on the conference for 23. We're taking a lot of interest and information from this conference, memories of other conferences, and our general skill set of having had the opportunity to attend conferences over the years. We'll try and pick the best of the best, showcase it, make sure we give you a wonderful time socially. That will be one of our main objectives. It's a long haul, a 3-day conference, and it needs to be full of fun. But on the other hand, I'll give you a commitment that we'll arrange an agenda that you'll be very proud of and you'll want to attend. So I invite you all, come on down to Murray Bridge in Region 6 in 23. Thank you so much.
Thank you again to the team at Murray Bridge and to Region 6 for their efforts, and we look forward to an exciting conference in 2023. Wow, what a couple of days we've had. From Sunday night, where we met at the Albury Club, and we were planning to be outside in the glorious sunshine of Sunday evening, and it was raining, but we had open fires. It was a great evening. Through to, we had some great camaraderie and socialising. To Monday, where we went up to Dartmouth Dam and we saw the Dartmouth at its best, 99-point-something%, almost spilling. We also had lunch at a destination pub. We came down to Hume Weir and we saw the workings of the Hume Dam and the Hume Weir. To 2 days of fantastic conference. We've heard from great speakers. We've heard from scientists. We've heard from academics. We've heard from hydrologists. We've heard from the best that our water space has to offer. It's been a hell of a conference, and it's my pleasure that we could bring that to you, and we look forward to a more exciting conference next year. So I'd just like to make a couple of closing remarks. I'd like to thank the speakers who have really put in a lot of time and effort to contribute to the conference. I'd like to thank the sponsors, all the sponsors that have contributed, as exhibitors, and without them this wouldn't have been possible. I'd like to thank the board, in particular David Thurley as the chair, but also all of the board and all of the members of the regions. I'd like to thank most of all the delegates. If without you, it wouldn't happen. I'd also like a very special mention to Tim Phillips at the back of the room. Wave, Tim. Tim. Tim has worked tirelessly to make this happen, so again, thank you, Tim, for all your efforts. And with also thank you to this event, the Albury Entertainment Centre. Thank you, Albury, for being our hosts. It's been a fantastic place to have a conference. I urge you to stay on in Albury, enjoy all that Albury has to offer. I'm sure you've been doing that the last few days. So before I close, we will be seeking feedback, but rather than do it in paper form now, we'll contact you in the coming days and weeks, and we'll do a survey to seek your opinion and your feedback so that we can continue to make the conference better and better. We will also make the presentations available once we clear it with the speakers, so I know that many of you will want to get your hands on some of these great presentations to understand them better. So with that in mind, I would also like to wish you farewell, safe travels. Obviously, we have the AGM after the break, but I bid you farewell till next time. Thank you very much.